Thank you. Yes, that's how I know the woman. Thank you very much. Before we start, we will ask if there is anyone that they have an hearing impairment. Please can you come to the front so that you make it easier for them to interpret the 12th language of South Africa. That is sign language. We will still advocate Honorable Speaker to make sure that it becomes the 12th language. Yes, it's all that we must do. Ladies, mothers, bomme, we really don't want to start too late, but it was necessary for us to make sure that we have the maximum attendance and to wait for everyone to be inside. I hope we are comfortable that we use an international recognized language, that is English. But if we make our inputs later on, we will allow anyone to speak the language that they are comfortable in, and we will make sure that we interpret for those that don't have that ability. So we are starting with our program, and as South Africans, we are very proud of our national symbols. So we would request that we sing our national anthem. We also wanted to sing the AU anthem, but I don't think we've got the lyrics here. Unless, because I don't, but one thing for sure, our next gathering, we will make sure that we bring the lyrics of the AU anthem. We are a part of Africa, and it's important that we must emphasize that in our gatherings. So we can rise. Sebu, did you bring someone that can sing this? us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Sorry for that. Can we just please stand for another moment? Sorry for that. I was not watchful. Because before we start, in Parliament you see us doing this. We are having a moment of silent prayer and meditation because we have different beliefs. But one thing for sure, we know that we are not just on earth because we are so smart. Something happened for us to be here. And let us just give recognition to that being. So there will be a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Amen. I know amen is also universal. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a very important occasion. But before I start to make a few remarks, let me introduce myself. My name is Sylvia Elizabeth Lucas. Will call me Nomawetu. Others will call me in Tswana. Others will call me in any language that they want to. But in my official capacity, I'm here as the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. The National Council of Provinces is kindly like us to inform you. To inform you that we are the upper house of Parliament. The NA and the NCOP together is forming Parliament, and the NCOP is the upper house of Parliament. And they say if we don't tell you who we are, you will not know. I was born and bred in Appington. My grandfather came from Klofimvaba, and my grandmother came from Pofadder. Do you know Pofadder? That place, Pofadder. And then they met in Keynote. Have you ever seen people that goes around doing this? And they went back to Pofadder to get married. And from there, 1942, they moved to Appington. I know my history because it's very important. We are coming from somewhere. So this tall man from Klofimvab married a very short Khoisan lady. And you see the beautiful offspring. It's my mire. It's my grandmother's language when I say it is well with my soul. So the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mayor Thandi Modise, the Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus that is present here, Councillor van der Roos from the city of Cape Town, Councillor Kutsia, our provincial chairperson of Salga, and you didn't introduce the other councillor. Councillor Madikane from the city of Cape Town. Is it Ntabi Singh? Dr. Muleko from the Commission for Gender Equality. Dr. Annette Griesel from the Office of the Ministry of Women. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I did it very deliberate. Those that follow after me can just observe the same protocol. But sometimes when we go to events of our communities, we forget to observe the protocol in the correct manner. So if there is other members of Parliament and other councillors, you are also recognized in that protocol. even our religious leaders, and if there is traditional leaders also here. This is a very important event. For those that attended the Women's Parliament in Parliament this year, we are the sixth Parliament, Speaker. The sixth Parliament. We have decided that we are not going to have a Women's Parliament and it will be a once-off. No. We said in 1954, the women came together and they developed what we call the Women's Charter. And that women realized it's very serious that the government then must begin to realize we will never be second-class citizens in the country of our birth. Remember, we spoke about triple oppression of women. And this morning, again, the speaker was saying when they trained us, the young women in 1994, 95, when they trained us, they wanted to remind us that women will always have a triple challenge in life, because we have to make sure that as a woman, you are respected. As a worker, you are respected. But also for us as black women or women of color, it was even worse. So from that background, women developed the Women's Charter. And almost 40 years after that, in 1994, or before 1994, the women, and that is what the speaker will elaborate about, again came together and they said, let us review this Women's Charter for the current epoch in our lives. So this year, it was exactly 25 years ago that the revised Women's Charter was adopted. And we said, it's a quarter of a century. It's time for us to assess how far did we come as the women of South Africa. So that is why we said we are going to use this opportunity to engage all 9 provinces. And we deliberately decided to start in the Western Cape, because the Western Cape is the nearest to Parliament, and it sometimes happens that when you are the nearest, you also become the furthest, isn't it? Because you don't have an identity as a province, because you are part of the national parliament. And that is deliberate why we decided, let us start in Western Cape. You become the trendsetters for the review of the Women's Charter. And we are here today, people were saying, we can go to Gooks, we can go to Mitchell's Plain, we can go to Kraaifontein, we can just decide where to go. And we really weighed everything. And we realize for exactly the fact that we can bring women from Heideveld, we can bring women from Delft, we can bring them from wherever. Gugulethu will be very, very suitable for that matter. I'm not explaining it, but I want you to understand. Sometimes in Appington, they will say you take everything to progress. In Kimberley, they will say, I'm from the Northern Cape, that is my terms of reference, that is my framework of reference. They will say, everything is going to Halshuwe. And when I looked at Mitas Perepere, it is actually in town, in West End, it's not even in Halshuwe. But people just saw it because of the name of Mamita, one of our struggle veterans. So today we brought this to Gugulethu for none other reason than the fact that we wanted to make sure that those around will be able to come to the central place. So we are here today to actually kickstart a process. That process is to get the inputs of women, not only for the review of the Women's Charter, but also for your inputs that we can use to influence the national gender machinery and the whole framework around gender-based violence, because it's something that is becoming more and more of a challenge for us as the mothers of this nation. So that is why we are here today. And exactly because I don't want to say the same things that the speaker is saying, I decided to outline the purpose of this gathering. We are going to get inputs from different sides. We want the Ministry of Women to tell us what government have achieved in the 25 year in response to the Women's Charter and to the different needs of the women. We want the Commission on Gender Equality to tell us the experience as a commission that is supposed to look not only at women's issues, but at equality in South Africa. But also, later on, we are going to get the inputs. We also want local government, SALGA, to tell us what is their experience at the level where they are. But much later on, the important part is the inputs from you as those that have elected us. So that when we do oversight over government, we know that we've got a proper mandate from those that have elected us. So that is why we are here today. And before we will give Councillor van der Roos to do the welcoming address. Councillor van der Roos, where I go, if I'm in the Northern Cape, wherever I go, I take my choristers with me. So that when I stand up, they will sing for me. I bring my crowd. So your crowd must sing for you. So before we call on Councillor van der Roos to, just in the spirit of what women stand for, can we have a nice song or a hymn or a dance, whatever? It depends on you. Izwe si sondelele angaba ba sondelele zonkizizwe si sondelele ongaba bantu ba sondelele ewe si sondelele ewe ba sondelele ewe sondele. Yes, I was going to. Die liefde van Jesus is wonderbaar. Dit is wonderbaar. Prijs zijn naam. Die liefde van Jesus is wonderbaar. Dit is wonderbaar voor mij.
Zang, kom ons verheerlijk zijn naam. Die mensen verander, maar Jesus nooit. Kom ons verheerlijk zijn naam. Zang, kom ons verheerlijk zijn naam. Kom ons verheerlijk zijn naam. Die mensen verander, maar Jesus nooit. Kom ons verheerlik zijn naam. My so liefhet is wonderbaar. Dit is wonderbaar. Dat hy my so lief het, is wonderbaar, wonderbaar vir my. Sing, kom ons verheerlik sy naam. Kom ons verheerlik sy naam. Die mense verander, maar Jesus nooit. Kom ons verheerlik sy naam. Yes. I think I'm at the right place. I think I was meant to be here this morning. Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Goeiemorgen. Moweni. I'm happy to be in this place this morning. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, there's a song that says, woman of strength, I salute you. Woman of power, I adore. Breaking barriers, making a change. Woman of difference, woman of strength. And with that, I want to greet everybody here this morning. I know all protocol has been observed here, but there's a couple of women that we haven't greeted. That's the gogos, the moms, the daycarers, the NGOs, the MPOs, the organizations, even the political groups that's here. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to see everybody. All the honorable members, all councillors. You know, it gives a woman such joy, especially a woman with my age, to be able to stand here amongst women like you. You are great. You are soldiers fighting for the cause. And for that, I first want you to give yourselves a hand this morning. You know, so many times as women are expected to, when there's something happening, we are expected to go out there and physically either hold a placard or do a march or sing choruses or do this or do that. We have to go out there and show action. I'm actually proud that we are coming together as a body, despite our differences, despite our color, despite everything else, and we're coming together to give our input. Don't you think that is just something awesome? That we can put all differences aside and we can give our input to take our country forward. And this is why we are here. So I'm not going to speak long. I like the fact that Honorable Member Lucas, every time that she wants to sing, she tells me to move up. As amper soos sy dink ek kan nie sing nie. Wie sê nie ek is kaladi? Honorable Member, she wants me to translate. So I'm saying every time you ask me to move up because you're singing, I'm like, doesn't this woman know I can sing? Can't she see I'm colored? I'm a Christian man. I'm a woman of faith. And of course, we as women of faith, despite the belief, but we are women of faith. And as women of faith, who's going to hold us back? Nobody, member. But today, I want to welcome each and every one of you. I'm looking forward to everybody's input. I'm looking forward to take notes. I'm looking forward to go back to the city of Cape Town and say, wow, you have missed something big. I'm just sad to see that all the chairs are not filled. But baby steps. We know, we have faith that they will be filled. So enjoy yourselves today. Take note. Don't be afraid to ask questions and don't be afraid to give your input. And enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, you see, the issue is that I've observed something. We are singing different languages. Now I will even sing Nama here. And I will do it. And I want you to sing with me. Because I'm always telling them in church, on Saturdays when we have funerals, when I sing, all the women will stand up and we will sing together. So you are doing it because you want to be seen by other people. Because on Sunday in church, I will be the only one that will stand in the few of the young people. So we are not, we are here as women together. We do everything together. You want me to sing Namatal? I will sing it now, just wait. No, but I'm serious, that one. I can tell you, I can sing all the languages in South Africa. Bomme, 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 fella, iyo, bomme. Basadi, 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 fella, iyo, basa, iyo, 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 basadi, 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 fella. Di basadi, 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 fella. Iyo, 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 basadi. Amandla basadi. Malibongwe. We are here as the women of South Africa. So we will come to the number one. We will now invite our honorable speaker, Mayor Thandi Modise, to make an input. In fact, she's our keynote speaker, because this is a program of parliament and she's the leader of parliament. Basadi, 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 fella.
Ke a leboga. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mayor Bilankulu, the Chairperson of the Women's Caucus in Parliament, we're hoping that we will be having the caucus spread across the different provincial legislatures and the municipalities. The distinguished guests, councillors, bomme ba Africa. I should be very happy today, but for some reason I am very sad. I'm sad because, Comrade Sylvie, I remember the first time I came to Cape Town. I'd just come out of jail. Mildred Lysia, Noma India Fegeto, had driven all the way from here to Freiburg. I had never met them before. And I came here because there was a meeting, but there was also a memorial for the youngsters who were killed. Bo Ashley. I came on the same flight with Albertina Sisulu. And by a bad coincidence for the state, we shared the seat. And so we had to talk on the way here. I'm sad because amongst the people I met on my first visit here, the stalwarts, the movers of the Western Cape, they're all gone. Because Mom Albertina couldn't join. She was here to visit her husband. But she gave me where to go. Oh, Dorothy Sihlangu. Oh, Mamu Hall. And they're all gone. It's important today when we cast our mind back to remember where we come from. It is important for us not just to focus on a document called the Charter, but to focus on what really drove those women to come together. The 1954 Charter was a product of a coming together of women under difficult circumstances in a very crude apartheid system. The progressive white women, the Indian women, and all the black formations, the trade unions, the religious women, the urban, the rural, the educated, the uneducated. And these women who had existed in this country came together because it was necessary to begin to mobilize as women, not as Xhosas, not as Abetswana, not as Tsonga, not as Kois, not as Nama. It was important to bring women together to say we have common problems. It was important to say We need to have a voice. And so I'm happy with the theme, Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, that says the Women's Charter as a manuscript of women's voices in history. Reflections on the Western Cape as the battleground for women's struggles. It is important to dwell on the theme a little bit because our voices have gone dull. Because we have no voice. We've got numbers. We've got memories. But even our memories are not remembered the right way. We've got scars. But our children do not want to be reminded of our scars. Our husbands, our sons are focusing on things that we do not want them to focus on. And when I get into a position, I forget that I am only strong as a woman because there are women out there. I am only relevant as a woman because I understand what the fellow woman says, lives, feels, breathes. And when we gather as women, I usually don't want to see your party colors. I want to see South African women beginning to reunite again as our foremothers reunited us. I want to see South African women saying, we've got the right to belong where we want to belong, but there are things that make us common. Because when our mothers of Fetso came together, when they mobilized, and they came with that very simple charter of women, it was because they said, we really need to do something about this. You will remember that our mothers had borne the humiliation. You will remember that from the time we received our first visitors, that the women had been at the forefront of the hospitality. The real African one and the reluctant one, the rapes, the humiliation. You will also remember that these same women who had been humiliated on home ground had to welcome ships bringing other women and other men from other countries enslaved. You will remember how we got hoodwinked. I'm Catholic too. I don't go to church. You will remember that we were made to cling to values that were not necessarily our own. We were made to define ourselves in somebody else's definition. We were made to distrust one another. Because if we were allowed to think together, to sing together, to cry together, we would get united. And for me, Mayor Lucas, it is important that you launch this memory, this retracing, this recollection, this re-emphasis of why our mothers in the first place brought together women to find commonality, to find a vehicle the Women's Charter. The Women's Charter is a precursor to the Freedom Charter. We participated as South African women in the drafting of the Freedom Charter. Vilified document, but a document which spoke to the aspirations of those who were oppressed in this country. A document that did not look at race, color, or creed. We do know that as the economy grew, as all of us grew, both the oppressed and the oppressor, that the greed to acquire even more grew. We do know that the laws became more and more oppressive. Abomama eKwaZulu Natal will tell you, ukuthi, things got so bad that Otata had to leave them and go and work emgodini eGoli. The women of the Northern Cape will tell you how they lost their stock deliberately, confiscated, how they were left with a maximum of 4 animals, and how they were even taxed on the 4 animals. They will tell you about being drafted from the Eastern Cape to the Northern Cape to the Limpopo to build the railway lines. They will tell you that the wealth of this country was put on those rails to the ships, never to come back. But you will say to me, how relevant is this thing that you are saying today to the Women's Charter? It is relevant because amongst the growth for the economic powers out there was also a thing that said the land is rich. How do we kill it off? And that is why there was a defiance from women all over the country, into Gauteng, into the metropoli. Babethi mabesuka emnambiti bathi siyolanda isisu. Because we were being killed off because the husbands, the potential husbands, were in the kitchens and in the mines. They did not come home. My right as a woman to produce and to reproduce my own, my culture, my language was being nipped in the bud very smartly. And so there was a move by African women to begin to go and defy the Group Areas Act. Bayolanda izisu. There was also a need to begin to produce more men to till what little land we had left. So as the situation becomes more and more narrow, the laws beat even more. The need for women to forget their differences and to come together became important. So you can think of Indian women in their saris. You can think of Helen Joseph in English, which wasn't necessarily her first language. You can think of Ray Alexander. You can think of Sophie de Bruyn. You can think of Mapartman. you can think of women who are drafted into roles they have not prepared themselves for. You can see these women then collecting, going into farms, seeing things they shouldn't be seeing happening to women, detailing them, pushing women to dream about an ideal country they would want to see. And that is how the first Women's Charter was drafted. Let's fast forward to when everything gets worse in this country and women begin to fight back in every form of way. And sons, daughters also go to jail. It was women of the Western Cape who led us in strikes to fight. It was women of the Western Cape who brought home that it wasn't just the Aborigine of South Africa, it was also the Malay woman who was brought here, Kankani. It was the Chinese woman who was brought here, Kankani. It was the Indian woman who was brought here, Kankani, who said, we will be united. So the women's movement grew because the men were being targeted. It is these women, these NGOs which we do not respect today, these NGOs which were started by these women, which created spaces for us to have the creche kokasi. These sewing groups which Bomasi Sulu started, which enabled us ukukhabulisa nokukhabuliswa. It was these trade unions which were started by Boma Bart going around It was these NGO fora which ensured that the armed struggle got stronger. It was them who carried the messages and hid the weapons. So you look with respect when you see an NGO which is led by women, because it knows exactly where it comes from. It was these NGOs, and it is still these NGOs that today say to us, there are problems in the society. And perhaps I'm challenging you, Bopolin. The Western Cape used to lead women in South Africa. The Western Cape used to lead politics in South Africa. The leadership came from this place. So what has gone wrong with you, Western Cape? Why are you allowing little differences? Wie se snaky brood as dikker? Wie gee vir wie 'n stukkie botter? Wie het 'n Toyota en wie het 'n Yaris? That's not important. Wie praat watte taal, wie gaan by watte kerk? Wie dra die langste rok en die kortste broekie? That's not important. What is important is that the Western Cape women must begin to come back. What is important is that Western Cape, you will be in this narrow situation until you wake up. It is not working for any women in the Western Cape. Whether you are in the ANC or in the DA, same difference. So Western Cape built the country because even in the Charter of 1954, we spoke about universal coverage on health matters. We are straight there, Comrade Sylvie, with NHI. We spoke about the need to keep our children in school. We spoke about the right to walk in the streets. We spoke to be what we want to be as girls and women. We did not speak about color. It's not important. What is important is lompefumlo. It's the respect. It is the dignity. So the Women's Charter, the 54 one, was not as popularized amongst other sections of the South African society as it should be. And that is why in 1989, the women's section of the ANC in exile calls for and organizes a conference not for itself, but for all the South African women in Amsterdam. Not for the ANC, not for the SACP, not for FEDRO, for the South African women, all of them. The National Party was there. It had even, I don't know if it still exists, but Umariki had even a group of black women. They were there. They were welcome. That Malibongwe conference brought us all together, and that is where we formed the National Coalition. La National Coalition, because we said the 1954 product was a product which was owned by FEDSO and the group that we said were the progressives. We said now we want a purely South African charter which will be the voice of all women. And that is why Amsterdam happened. And that is why we then hurried and said we want a non-politically affiliated body. And that is why Frenich Nwala, as chairperson or convener of that body, was put in place. And that is why Toko Didiza, who by the way was very young, we picked her up from the churches because she was working through the churches. She did other things also. And that is why we then went from place to place in all our colors, in all our ideologies, to come with the South African Women's Charter that you know today, which is the cornerstone of our constitution. It's not the other way around. Because the aspirations of all South Africans, black and white, liberal, Verkramte, communist, whatever, were put in that. And that is why when you are in parliament and a law comes up, you must use the Women's Charter to check whether all the boxes that South African women said must be ticked are ticked. That is why it is important for us to remind ourselves today about who we are, what we stand for, what this charter really stands for. It stands for the unity, not only of women, but you know, if women are not united, the nation is not united. And therefore, perhaps my appeal today is to go back to the unity of women, that unity in purpose, because it is the unity of women that broke the back of colonization. It is the unity of women that brought about labor rights for women and for the rest. It is the unity of women that started interrogating the type of education that we give to our children. It is the unity of women that began to dismantle doors, chains, to open up every facet of life to South African women. It is the unity of women that, by the way, helped us solve some of the unspoken of things which came up during the negotiations. It was women. It is the unity of women who, when the negotiations started, realized that without our voices, we were nowhere. But it is also the women, Comrade Sylvie, who always sacrifice themselves. Oh, yes. It was when we wanted national liberation that we postponed the issues of women's emancipation. It was when we joined the Defiance campaign that we sacrificed being full-time mothers and guiders in our households. It was when we fought in the battlefield that we sacrificed the definition of a woman being something portable to something that is counted for, can give instructions, and stand their ground. So when you are a woman and you are there, you must be prepared to give. You give life. You must sacrifice continuously something to ensure that that life that you put on earth has a quality ending. Now, young women, the right of the elderly is also protected by this charter and by the Constitution. The right of the disabled are also protected here. And the challenge is the young women we have produced. Born free. Don't tell us about apartheid. We don't remember that. Well, we remember on your behalf. We remember every time we see an old woman who is still working when the daughter should be supporting her mother. We remember when we see an old woman crying and hungry or even drunk when you prioritize buying lipstick. You can use your lipsticks, bantwana bami, you are free. But should it, Lando yaka Maslow. Remember Maslow? You know anything about Maslow's law? The hierarchy of needs. The priorities in the lives of our young children. The anger that we cannot rationalize as older women. The lack of I will grab it and run with it from our mothers because we still have a long way to go. So if there is any message I want to say about the Charter for the Rights of South African Women, it is to challenge the young ones. But why do I feel that my mother's generation and my generation was better than my daughter's generation? Why do we have to worry about morals? Why do we have to worry about pettiness? Why do we have to worry about sisters not being sisters keepers? Why do we see women competing like men? Why do we see ourselves pulling down instead of pushing up? Why do I get up and kick down instead of pulling up? So the Charter for Women's Rights is only relevant if the priorities of women are right. It is only implementable and policed if women understand it and understand that the texture of your hair the shape of your nose has nothing to do with it. You wanted a woman president. How have we dealt with women who have led parties? Not only within the parties themselves, but every time a woman comes out to lead, what does South Africa do to that woman? So you need to think. I'm one of those who say this woman's charter must open all the doors. And when it opens the doors, it must allow us to have a maximum of women presidents in the continent. Not because they wear more expensive bras on they can go quanta with higher heels, but because of what we have groomed them to be. Because of the value systems we must plant, even if we do so forcefully in these younger women. Not because they are only clever, but because they are prepared to work and get dirty. Not because they think there are certain things in life they can do or they can, but because everything that you need to do for the survival of humanity, you must do. Not because it takes strength and testosterone to lead. Because we are as clever as men, we are as brave as men, it is just that we have socialized our children to think they are inferior. So the Women's Charter must flow from here. We must remind you about O.N. Slinga, nina bantu be Western Cape. We must tell you about Dorota Mann. You must know yourself. Because I'll tell you, I am nothing without a Dorota Mann who died long before I came around. I am nothing without a Dorothy Nyembe. I am nothing without Florence Mposh. I am nothing without Kate Mulali. I am everything I am because of Winnie Mandela. I walk and I challenge because I'm a product of Masisulu. I'm lucky enough to have inherited the stubbornness of Ruth Mompati. But I'm clever enough to know when I should retreat, to know when I should attack, to know when I should concede. So leadership of women is important, and the Charter gives us a weapon. It is not the English we speak. It is what we do. It is the insistence on the capturing of the history of our foremothers. It is the fighting of women for the space to express themselves. It is the tenderness of women towards the others who are worse off. I keep on telling people I like Muslim men. You know why? Because they will go and make a big pot of soup and go and feed. Even if they refuse to cook at home, they will go out and look after the poor out there. Because they will not walk by and see somebody hungry and not feel ashamed. So we have everything that is positive amongst all the people who make up the South African society. We must just learn to take the best, to correct that which is not so well, but to understand that we need to do quite a lot to ensure that this charter continues to being a symbol, and that voice when the media distracts us, destroys us, forgets us, that this charter must stand. If there are amongst us people who have never gone through the charter, please do so. Because siyalahleka as a country. If there are amongst us people who do not understand how trade unions work, please let's go back. Ungati andisaphangeli lama trade unions, they affect you. Because xa benza into ezirongo, economy iyawa, la pension iyancipha kaloku. Xa benza into eziright and the salary increases, siyaphila nala endlini. So we need to begin to understand everything about ourselves. Now, OCGE will tell you a lot about what they do or what they are meant to do. I'm old enough, Comrade Sylvie, to say I was around when the structure was being workshopped and when it was put together. Angisti Bati. And I think Umantu would be very ashamed if she were to come back and we sat down and we think of all the time we spent knocking together the CGE. Into yokuqala, they are invisible. Ayikho la public education and participation which we want. So I want to congratulate you, Doctor. But I actually want to tell you that the CGE can do better. That it has failed us dismally over the years. And those who are not as crazy as I am will tell you the nice things you want to hear. But in fact, for the resources the country puts into the CGE, the job that they do is not enough. The visibility is not there. But the CGE should also get into that, not only because, Comrade Sylvie, this thing about the women's charter, that's their job. They must be, one, understanding it and living it themselves because they must protect it. They must protect the rights of every South African because they are a gender monitoring tool of the people. It's not just about appearing in parliament. You must also hit us. The Women's Caucus since 1994. Before 1994, I thought establishment period, teething period, we did very well. We used to monitor and make sure that the UN reports are passed. We knew them, we popularized them in the streets. I wish you well. I hope in these 5 years that you will be responsible. That mandinga hambi ndiye New York, ndiyothatha ngabafazi baseMzantsi bengazi ukuthi ndiyokhuluma ntoni ndiyothetha ntoni. Bangachongo, bangandithumanga. Xana ndibona into, I must be able to say, Makwesikazi, I said this in your name without consulting you. These were the reasons. So that we get back to what the charter says. We bring back esas dima, that colloquialism, that sisterhood of consulting and supporting ourselves as women. It is women who are going to finish this nonsense that happens in these churches where our children are abused. It is women who are going to finish the gender-based violence, believe you me. We will enact the law. We are even looking at putting an element of femicide in the laws. It is not the law that is going to protect the children. It is Tina or Mama policing. It is Tina or Mama challenging the courts, especially the magistracy, because that's where we have a problem. We've got a lot of women as magistrates. They are not sympathetic to rapes of children, to rapes of women, to rapes of young boys. And as general society, we have every right to say, ye. So the charter only comes alive when we begin to live it. I like the fact that we will go from province to province, sikumbuzane. Why did we have this thing? Why must we have this thing? Why must we continuously? We must also use it to remember the heroines of our country. Ayikho into edikayo when your child has a role model. Bane Michelle Obama. And then, oh, okay. Bechata no president, and what else? And you do not know Miranda Ngulu? Walaikap? You do not know Zokota? You do not know Mandisa Monagadi? You telling us about Beyonce? You forget a Brenda Fassie. It's the values. It is the pride. It is the belief in ourselves as a people. It is forcing us to get out of corners. Laat ek nie dink ek kan nie 'n ding doen nie, want die kleur van daai persoon wat daai ding doen op daai oomblik is nie my kleur nie. Laat ek nie dink ek kan nie vir 'n wit vrou heel nie, as hulle in 'n pinari is. I must not think that sympathy has racial connotation. It doesn't. I must not think that to sympathize, we must come from the same group. Equally, I must be able to stand up against any race, any person, including that of my own, if they do wrong things. So I want to say, I've spoken a long time, I'm very depressed this morning, but I think that we have a lot of work to do. To go around and to remind men to be men. To go around and to remind our boys that we are not grooming killers of tomorrow. But also to go around and to remind ourselves that that intersex child is still my child. That queer woman is still my child. That gay man is still my child. They don't lose anything because in their makeup, something is different from mine. So let us learn to honor people, especially Nina, the very religious ones. In all our religions, whether you read the Bible, in fact, when you read the Quran and when you read the Bible, there are lots of commonalities. Do you know that? The religions are not different. The emphases are different. All of them teach you to love your neighbor. All of them teach you about dignity and respect. And that is why I have stopped going to church, because I belong to all churches, man. Except these ones that take people's money. So that, So I would say that let us go out there. Let us mobilize. Let us ensure that every woman in society is politically wise, is economically wise, is protected, is loved, is respected. Because all of us want those things. Ke a leboga.
Can we just, we will sing again. The problem that I'm having is that we are running a little bit behind time. But let me tell you what, in my interaction with Sistandi over all these years, I realized that this is a library. It is an information center. I'm learning so much from her. And that is why in any of my programs, she's the only one that I will ever allow to speak as long as she needs to speak. Because she's not only speaking from what she have heard, but also from what she have lived. She's sharing a life experience with us. When I became a leader in the Women's League at the regional level, she was already our deputy president. She was the deputy president of Mawini Madikizela Mandela. So from that time on, and I took her to church in Uppington. I took her to church. And when we were doing the creed, she said, why is this sounding so Catholic? Why? I said, oh, Kanti, you are a Catholic. Because we were at a Methodist church. But she was saying, why is this sounding so Catholic? I said, Kanti, you were Catholic. But I understand, because in South Africa, we don't allow people their choices. And that is what we want to teach our people. But we are not here to tell you a long story, because she has spoken. And usually when you reflect, you spoil the message. We are going to the more technical part of the program, but I just want to mention that next year we are going to commemorate, let me put it like that, Beijing plus 25. Because also, Sistandi spoke about the Malibongwe conference, because it's directly related to the Women's Charter, but also the Beijing Platform of Action brought out different areas where women need to be developed and empowered. So next year we will be commemorating Beijing plus 25. For the Western Cape, that we already started here. We will just see in our program what we will do, and we will try to take it to a central place where we will also get the rural woman to be part of it, and we will have a kind of a proper commemoration, because really Beijing made a big difference. The unfortunate part is that after Beijing, we tended to leave our boys and our men behind when women became more empowered. So we will do that. We are going to request Dr. Annette Griesel to provide us with a 25-year review. She's standing in for Minister of Women, because Minister is at Parliament with the steering committee on gender-based violence at the portfolio committee. But I wanted her to come because it's sometimes better to get a more technical understanding of what happened over the 25 years. It's fine, we will arrange. Sebu, issue of translation. Yes, we will arrange, we will try to make sure that it is there. So we will now give over to Dr. Griesel. After the three speakers, we will have a nice song, because then we will go into the public hearing. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Lucas, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, the chair of the multi-party caucus, and all protocol observed. I'm here representing, as the chairperson said, the minister in the presidency responsible for women, youth, and persons with disabilities, Minister Maite Nkwane Mashibane, who's unable to be with us here today. But I also want to just say that, I was an activist in the Western Cape, a student activist, a youth activist, and a gender activist in the 1980s. And so I drew a lot of inspiration from the Western Cape and worked with, in the United Women's Organization, which became the United Women's Congress, I met Dora Tamana. She was very elderly at that time. But I also want us to honor them. The Honorable Speaker has already mentioned Mildred Lucia, Annie Selinga, but also people like Liz Abrams, who was a women's activist and a trade unionist, who helped organize in the Western Cape, Virginia Engel, and many, many others. So we do need to honor those who have gone before us. 2019 is a critical milestone in our democracy. Oh, sorry.
Even if they give you water, you don't even have to say thank you. so that we can continue.
Okay, all right. 2019 marks 25 years of our freedom and democracy in South Africa. And so it's obviously very important for us to reflect how far we have come and what still needs to be done. But as indicated, it's also the 65th anniversary of the Women's Charter of 1954 and the 25th anniversary of the Women's Charter of 1994. It's also important for us to acknowledge ourselves as part of the global community, and we would be speaking about the 40th anniversary this year of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which is CEDAW, which has also helped to influence us as a country in terms of our priorities around gender. And the chairperson has already spoken about Beijing Plus 25, which was adopted in Beijing, China in 1995, and which still influences our priorities today. As a country, we have started to work on the Beijing Plus 25 report, and there has been quite a lot of consultation on that. These documents are important because they play a role in, the universal rights and values that we as women are entitled to. And then, of course, we as a department have undertaken a 25-year review of women's empowerment and gender equality. And we've had extensive consultations on this, including through the National Gender Machinery, but we've also done a lot of research from surveys, statistics, from government data, and all of that. And I think the overall conclusion is that we've made significant progress since 1994, but there is still a very long way to go. Women and girls continue to suffer the persistent patriarchy, gender inequality, and disempowerment. We still are feeling the effects of centuries of colonialism, apartheid, and patriarchy. So when we talk about what it is that we are experiencing as women on a day-to-day basis, whether it be gender-based violence or a lack of access to employment, this is often where it comes from. But we also would be looking at the RDP, which we also looked at. I've spoken about Beijing and CEDAW, but also this is a SADC. We are part of the Southern African Development Community in the Southern African region, as well as the African Union, which also has developed a gender strategy. And we have a lot in common with our SADC and our other African sisters. And as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. It's already the 5th year now of the Sustainable Development Goals, which were adopted globally. Goal 5 talks about gender equality, so that is obviously quite critical. As we know, women are a 51% or even 52% of the South African population, and we know that our history of women in general, but black women and African women were marginalized from political and decision-making positions, as well as denied access to healthcare, social services, and educational opportunities. But also, very importantly, women were and continue to be marginalized from meaningful economic participation. So if we talk about what is the source of women's inequality, women's lack of access to power in society, a lot of it can be traced to women's exclusion from the economy. And we know that women are most affected by unemployment, by inequality, and by poverty. And in fact, the most affected are young African women. The elderly are also highly affected if we look at the statistics, but the most affected are African women still in our society. But what are some of the achievements and some of the challenges that we found? And I understand, I'm going to go and cover the key issues, noting that we have time constraints. I think the first thing is that through the democracy, we have given substantial access to institutional mechanisms for women's empowerment. So if you look at something like the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, that's an important foundation of our women's equality. We also know that the democratic government that came into power in '94, one of the first things that had to be done was to dismantle the apartheid legislation. And that was obviously very important that had to be done, but then also to put in place new policies, new legislation to actually underpin. It's not enough to just have a constitution. We then had to also put in place legislation that could ensure that we take further the principles on which our democracy was founded. And if you look back to the RDP of 1994, and this is an important thing because we often forget this. Sometimes people feel they talk as if gender equality is an act of charity. It's not an act of charity. It's a right, it's a basic human right that we have to push for women's empowerment and gender equality. But also, in addition to that, it being the right thing to do, it's also part of developing the economy. So if you invest in women, you automatically start to drive a more equitable and inclusive economy. So, and this is something that I think that we have forgotten, perhaps as government. We say, no, look, we don't want to scare investors away by putting, too many requirements that they must achieve gender equality. No, the global evidence shows that actually women CEOs and women CFOs perform better than men in the workplace. So we need to get to a point. We need to get to a point where there's acknowledgement across the board that investing in women is not an act of charity. It's not something you do after you've got your investment. No, even the RDP says that gender equality must be a major objective of economic policy. One of the, so that was, what we had to do in '94, dismantle racial legislation and put in place, new approaches to gender equality, which underpin the rights of women. A key priority was to transform the state sector and to ensure that mechanisms were in place to prioritize the progress of women in all sectors of public life. And we have made significant progress in all areas of the public service. So the fact that today we see women leaders, the deputy chairperson, the speaker of parliament, obviously the chair of the multi-party committee on women, is evidence that we have started to make inroads there. The number of women MPs, the number of MPLs, those in mayoral positions, those in leadership positions in, parliament and provincial parliaments, but also cabinet. We know that the current cabinet has 50-50 men and women, which is an achievement that was acknowledged also by UN Women. So that's an important progress. We're hoping next time that we will have 50-50 if you take in, including the president and the deputy president. So that's the only, that's the only one. So, but even if we look at the judiciary, the military, the diplomatic corps, and so on, we are doing much better when it comes to women's representation in political institutions. The question would have to be asked, and I'm not going to answer it here, to what extent having those women in those positions has led to improved empowerment of women. That's a question that probably in this process, but let that not undermine the fact that it is an achievement that has to be done. Where we have a major problem is the private sector. The private sector has been very, very slow to transform, and in terms of representation at senior management levels, boards, Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and so on. And we find that the corporate sector is still very much dominated by white men. There have been some inroads of white women, and in some instances and so on, it's starting to slowly transform, but that's where we need major, major transformation. The interesting thing, because there'll always be an excuse to say, look, unfortunately women are less qualified. No, it's not true. The statistics show that women are increasingly in the companies. They've got professional skills. Young African women have professional skills. They're still blocked up to a certain level. So they're still blocked. So the issue is not skills and experience. The issue is the will to transform. So government has needed to tighten up some of the laws that we have, like Employment Equity Act. Employment Equity Act. Some companies just ignore it. So we need, what the new amendments are going to say is that you can't do business with government if you refuse to transform. So we need to use we need to use our leverage to push the private sector to continue to transform. Even at a local government level, we've increased representation from 19% women who elected councillors in 1995 to 41% in 2016. So there's progress there, not enough, but there is progress there. When it comes to the public service itself, those who are employed by government, in 1994, this is an amazing statistic, only 5% of public servants were women, right, in 94. So, apartheid wasn't just a race thing. It was, it obviously had a strong gender component, patriarchy. Today, women make up 41% of senior managers in the public service. So it's a big improvement, but it's still not enough. So from 5% to 41%, it's a big improvement, but it's still too slow. It's still too slow, and someone worked out that if it goes at this pace, we'll only get to equity in 100 years or something. We don't want to wait 100 years. Women are qualified. We are seeing more young women, and we've got the figures. More young women are graduating from universities. More young women than men are graduating from universities. We'll look one day why that is. But they're still not getting into the workplace. But we'll keep pushing. Even DGs, DGs are like the top public servants of, I report to a DG in government departments. Only 3 women currently, out of about 30 or so. Only 3 are women. So, even the public service has done well, but we need to push there to do better. In terms of economic transformation, this has obviously been a goal of government since 1994, and we know that under apartheid, the majority of women were confined to the Bantustans in an attempt to, except for those who had to get permits for the domestic and informal sector. Now, we have introduced as government, and we've got the figures, a range of programs aimed at women's economic inclusion. If you look at things like in different sectors of the economy, that has been happening. There's efforts to include more women in procurement of government. So if government wants women, a contract for any contract, they say, no, we must prioritize women. But what tends to happen is that, I was talking to some colleagues from human settlement the other day. In other words, the department that is responsible for building houses and human settlements. They have a 30% set aside, all right? So they have said companies owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities will be given contracts to build houses and to supply some of the components. They're not achieving that target. They're saying, no, we're not getting the companies coming forward that are owned by women and so on. But, I think the one important thing that we have also realized is that it's not enough to just set targets. It's not enough to just say we'll give 30% to women. Because if we leave it up to the market, there's a market that operates, supply and demand. If we leave it up to the market, then those who are already benefiting economically will continue to benefit. Yeah. Because leaving it up to the market is basically saying we want to reproduce the status quo. Or we will have regression when it comes to women. So as government, we need to actively intervene. And we have many government bodies like CEDA, the Department of Small Business, and all of that, that is working to help to ensure that more women-owned businesses get access to government procurement. One of the findings also was that the proportion of women who graduate from science, technology, engineering, and maths is unbalanced. So even though there are more women graduating from tertiary education, women are still underrepresented when it comes to science, maths, and so on. That's not because women are incapable of doing science and maths. Young women are doing very well in our schools, in our government schools. But they face many obstacles when it gets into those other sectors. I've indicated that women are more likely to be unemployed than men. And in general, and we know that sometimes there's this false idea that even though women are often the breadwinners, there's this idea that I'll give it to a man because he's the breadwinner. But actually, in reality, in many families, women are the breadwinners. Unfortunately, we also find that the women who are employed are still confined to the lower paid service sector jobs. So, I mean, and this is something where we need to do better as a government. We know, women at some point were confined to being farm workers and domestic workers. Even today, women are confined to those, working in the service sector, maybe in hospitality and domestic work. We also still have a gender wage gap. So women doing the same job are paid less. Even today, women doing the same job are paid less. So that's apart from the fact that women are confined to the lower ranks. Women also, land ownership. One of the things we've looked at is access to ownership of the means of production, access to the economy. Because we don't want women or any South African to just be confined to simply being workers their whole lives. We want economic inclusion, economic empowerment means that we want there to be land ownership as well. Only 34, if we take individual landowners, only 34% are female. But women owned only 13% of the land in the country in 2018. The issue of access to basic services, we know that there has been significant improvement in access to basic services, water, sanitation, electricity, affordable transport, and access to information. But there are still too many areas, particularly women living in rural areas, who still lack access to those very basic services. Another area of achievement that has benefited women is the social wage, the whole issue of the social wage. The issue of free primary health care, access to health care for pregnant and lactating mothers and children under 6, no fee paying schools, the social grant system. If we look at the statistics about what prevents people from being completely poor, the social grant system still provides an important source of income to women as well. RDP housing is also important, the provision of services, which I've spoken about. Education has also been very important, the transformation of public education. I mean, there's a lot of talk about the poor quality of our education, but we are improving in terms of access to quality public education, and we are seeing our young women go through the system and getting into tertiary institution, help through things like expansion of NSFAS and all of that. But again, the young women in tertiary institutions still face many, many challenges. So we are talking about women who are going to university, but then they are facing gender-based violence at university. So sometimes we need much more holistic achievement. In healthcare, we've also improved access to sexual and reproductive health rights, as well as the issue of access to antiretroviral therapy, HIV/AIDS, and all of that. A key improvement has also been in improved maternal mortality, and we do have the figures there. The area where I think we have been, if we look at the 25 years, where we...
Why you are addressing everyone? Why don't you come to us and we can then we can address this thing. Because this information is very important for the later discussion. Yes. Now come to me. Come to me. Can we have order here? No, we will. Can we please request that we listen to her? Because this is very important for our later discussion. I have already begun to make some notes and I can see it's important. Sebu, can you please attend to that issue? Thank you. Doctor, you can continue.
All right. Okay. All right. Let me continue. Okay. All right. All right.
Can we get attention now, please, too? We just want Dr. Grisel to give us some stats so that we can use it in our discussion. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. So I'm going to continue, and I know that we are running out of time. Even though we enacted a lot of legislation, I mean, there's a whole raft of labor legislation that impacts on women, the minimum wage and all of that. And we've implemented programs that, give expression to the constitutional rights of women. The one area where we really have not achieved is around gender-based violence. And I think, that's very obvious to everybody. And that remains an area of serious concerns. So even though it's obviously part of our goals as government that we should be free from violence, this remains a concern. Government has launched campaigns, 16 days of activism, 365 days of activism, and there has been widespread mobilization. There's things like the Domestic Violence Act, shelters, programs, Tutuzela care centers, all of these programs that are aimed at also improving conviction rates, trying to target men and boys. But the scourge persists, and we have a very violent society, and women and girls are often the victims of this. We know that in the past 18 months, we have had unprecedented levels of social mobilization, which is always the best thing if there's a social problem. No social problem will get addressed if you don't have widespread social mobilization. So if we go back to the total shutdown march in early 2018, and the presidential summit on gender-based violence and femicide in November 2018, there was a declaration of government and civil society together that set out not just ideals, but concrete things that needed to be done to stop this gender-based violence. And that was very important. And then the president earlier this year also announced, we've seen high-profile femicides continuing, and many continuing with it nobody ever hears about. So for every high-profile femicide that we see in the media, there's another 100 or 200 that we don't even know about. But what's been very important, and this is now, the response of government has been led from the top. The president announced the emergency action plan, the emergency response plan, which is being implemented. And as we speak, one of the things that has been developed is the National Strategic Plan to end gender-based violence and femicide. That has been consulted. But that remains a critical area, and it's not just one thing. The NSP and the Emergency Response Plan, it needs a multi-sectoral response. Someone mentioned our faith-based institutions, which is where abuse is taking place. our families, our schools, etc., etc. So, that needs a multi-sectoral response, which I'm not going to go into now. The other issue is, other key issues is that, even though it has been in some of the international instruments, the whole issue of unpaid care work. So I'm sure every woman sitting here every day does cleaning, washing, cooking, etc., looking after children, and there's no acknowledgement of it in the economy. But that work is what keeps the economy going. That work is what keeps the economy going. So the whole issue of unpaid care work is still something that needs to be on our agenda as women. But also, if a girl child comes home from school, before she does her homework, she has to maybe also do some cleaning and ironing or whatever. The boy child goes straight to his homework, So, it also has consequences in terms of the way we bring up our young people. The other issue that we, and this is also, what affects women's access to higher education, high teenage pregnancy. It remains, if you look at the statistics, it went down at some point, then it went up again. So it's something that we really need to pay attention to. And then the issue of rural women needs, rural women are still more deprived than women in urban areas and have less access to resources and so on. Women and girls with disabilities, also are at the bottom of the pile in terms of access to the economy, being vulnerable to abuse and all of that. And then the other one, that even though we have made important inroads against HIV and AIDS, young women, especially the 18 to 35 age group, is where you get your highest rates of infection, of new infections. And some of it is I'm told, by those who have done research in this area, some of it is due to the phenomenon of blessers, where, maybe a young woman is at a university, she can't afford, so she is forced into situations that makes her vulnerable to. So if we are concerned about young women, then that also needs to be addressed. Going forward, because when we did the review, and it will be available later this year, and we'll hopefully get copies to everyone, we need to put more emphasis on women's economic emancipation. Women's access to not just being in jobs at the lower ranks of the public service or the private sector. More women must own businesses. They must control them, be in management, etc., etc. So women at all levels of the economy, not just catering businesses. We want women who can run construction companies, mining companies, etc., etc. So government, and there are a number of government interventions across all sectors of the economy, and we are saying those interventions must ensure that women are treated equitably. Even as we look at access to land, women must get equitable access to land. Another important piece of work that we are doing as the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, it's a long name, but it's called Gender Responsive Planning, Budgeting, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Auditing. So basically what we are doing, and it was adopted by Cabinet in March of this year. But what it basically says, every government department, when it does its plans, because remember government departments, they do 5-year plans, and then they do 1-year plans. No government department must do a plan that doesn't explicitly say how it is going to address the priorities of women. We don't want, no plan in government can be gender blind. Not only that, when the budgets are drawn up, because the government then develops budgets to implement those plans, those budgets must also show the resources that women are getting. And then we will monitor it and we will give feedback to those departments. So that's an important intervention as well. The minister has also announced that we will be pushing for legislation. There used to be something called the Wedgie Bill, Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality legislation. It was in the, I think in the 4th Parliament. It didn't get through, but our minister has made a commitment to ensure that we develop legislation on this so that it's not optional to have women's equality. It's not, well, I feel like it, I feel sorry for women. No, it must be the law. And if you don't comply, there must be consequences, because this thing of, voluntary, I've spoken about GBV, but we also need to continue to eliminate harmful practices, including child marriage. We still have alarming rates of child marriage. In other words, children under the age of 18 who are forced to marry. That is something that must come to an end. Chairperson and ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end it there. I know that we've had to cover quite a lot of ground in a short space of time, but I want to thank you for this opportunity. And I think also this is part of making history. When I was a young activist, I used to read about the Women's Charter. I used to read about FEDSAW. And I hope that the other activists going forward will read about the work that you have done. Thank you.
My dear ladies, I'm sorry for what happened here, but we must remember, when we started, we said we are coming here to review the Women's Charter. Really, we cannot each and every event just speak about what happened yesterday, and so on. We must now look forward and see how we address these issues. As we are speaking, the chairperson of the Committee on Women, Youth and People with Disabilities have called the whole of the steering committee together with the minister to tell us what the national strategic plan entails, and also the issue of the emergency response that the president announced. As we speak, as we are busy here, they are busy in Parliament. So that one will be addressed at that level, and we will make our inputs from this gathering. So I just shortly, before I call the Commission on Gender Equality, I was making notes, and I could see that really the department, thank you, Doctor, they covered the 12 articles and the response of the government to the 12 articles in the Women's Charter. For me, there is a clause on development, infrastructure, and what is it? It's 3 things, and environment. But currently, wherever we go, we hear the issues of land, and landlessness. And it's not coming out explicitly in the Women's Charter. And we want to address issues like that will make the Women's Charter applicable to our current situation. We understand where we are coming from, and thank you really for you ladies that you understand. Let us just welcome our programming whip from Parliament, Pilane Majake. Dr. Pilane Majake, she's our programming whip at Parliament, and she's also part of the Women's Committee. But she decided to join us. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Doc. We will now call on the Dr. Muleko from the Commission on Gender Equality. We call the Commission on Gender Equality because it's our watchdog in terms of making sure that we are an equal society. So we are going to give her, and after that we are going to give Salga as a representative of local government to tell us about the local position in Cape Town. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm a bit tall, so I'm going to do that. I want to say it's almost afternoon, we're 5 minutes to 12. But I want to just observe the necessary formalities to the Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Mamu Lucas, thank you so much for having me here. Our Madam Speaker, who's here, who says we are not biting enough, and I've noted you, thank you, Madam Speaker. To the honorable members who are here, to the councillors who are here, to the city who was represented, to the Salga reps, councillors that are here, to our Dr. Grizzle who just spoke, and also the staff that are working today. I just want to say also to the members of the community who are here, good morning, molweni, goeiemorgen, goeiemorgen, ninjani? I know ndiyaphila nami inkosi kakhulu. My name is Ntabiseng Muliko. You may, as we have been speaking, not hear the institution that I'm from. It's called the Commission for Gender Equality. Commission for Gender Equality. And we're a Chapter 9. That means that we're a constitutionally created body. So we are independent in power in terms of the things that we do, and we have the ability to call government to account. So we are in a fortunate, or maybe sometimes some people see it as an unfortunate position, to call those who have authority and power to account, right? It's a very important function, but I haven't been called here today to do that. But to give you an assessment and a high-level review on where we are standing as a country. I think that one of the things that is clear from all the speakers is definitely we can say that there can be no gender equality if women don't have land. We can all agree on that. If you don't have access to property, if you can't get access to, even after your husband dies, and the family remove you from that home, and you don't have the legislative priority to protect you from actually having access to that property, it is your property. So we cannot be talking, even as the CGE, about gender equality if women are still being removed from their rightful properties and rightful places of residence and occupancy, right? The other area that I know is very important and has been mentioned is the issue of access to education. The young woman who came here, her name is Imogeddon. Her frustration is for a young girl child who does not have access to schooling in Mitchell's Plain. She has been sent to and fro, and she is highly frustrated. And sometimes when you are frustrated, you do certain things. And this is why she came here, and unfortunately she was interrupting, but people did try to consult. And as CGE, will try and see within our space to see how we can assist her in this regard, because they have her details. Access to education is what the Ministry of Women was trying to explain, to say the girl child, we must enable access to education because it makes the difference to whether or not it levels the playing field. Education levels the playing field, and it's important that we ensure that we level the playing field in the Western Cape. The other thing that we must deal with is the issue of decisive reforms in our legislation across the issue of economic empowerment and emancipation of women. We know for a fact that it's one thing, you know, when there's that thing called the budget speech, you may see it, they talk about the parliament and you see the minister talking. Even recently there was what they call the MTBPS, that's the medium-term budget policy statement. And that tells you how far they've gone with meeting the government targets for collection of revenue from your taxes and also spending that in the different departments and functions. So, if that doesn't take place, or when that takes place, and during the process of that taking place in the year, the Ministry of Finance tells you how that happens and how far they are in doing that according to all the national accounts, and they use the technical terms in the economy to explain that. Now, the problem we have with that is that only 28% of that procurement in government is allocated to women-owned businesses. And if you were to disaggregate that further, you will find that even a smaller proportion goes to your marginalized areas, to your Delfts, to your Khayelitsha, to your Nyanga. If you even go further to your rural areas, how many of that allocation is actually dispersed equitably across the country, even to the areas where our women don't necessarily have access, because that is where economic emancipation is needed. That is where they need to access those resources. So what the Ministry of Women, Youth, and People Living with Disability, the representative here, Dr. Chriso, was talking about is the issue of putting in place a framework that will enable monitoring agencies like ours to oversee and to make sure that we can hold to account those who don't spread equitably such resources. Do you understand? So one of the things we are clear is that we understand that there can be no gender equality if there's no equitable reforms and that enable women economic emancipation and participation within the economy of South Africa. This goes beyond boardrooms. This is very high level when you're talking boardrooms. Even workforce, we're talking low level. An example that we can make use of that everyone can understand is the issue of, we use a microcosm, schools. Schools procure, the department is always procuring, whether they procure pens, the textbooks, the catering, and all of that. And so we are saying as CGE, 50-50. If procurement is happening, within this framework, which we can oversee now because it's been adopted by cabinet, we therefore have tools that we can track, right? And we can then oversee to try and say, oh, this department is not doing well in this regard. Department of Education, for instance, must therefore make sure when they procure within the mandate that they have, there is equitable distribution. This means that Treasury needs to begin to care who are the owners of the businesses that are empowered. They must write what is the ownership of women in this application of when they apply for a tender. They must tell and disclose how much percentage do women own in this business. That is the one layer. The other layer is managerial. Who is running the business? It's not enough to have her on the piece of paper. Who is running the operations? We want transformation in this regard as well, so that the decision makers are equitable and speak to the national population dynamics. More than 50% of this country is women. And so everything must speak to that in this regard. When we talk to compliance, and I know that we have been given a serious clapping by Madam Speaker, who said we are not visible enough. And I take those words, Madam Speaker, that we need to be more visible, that we need to do better, and that, you know, part and parcel of the reason why I can stand here today is primarily because of the Women's Charter. The reason why I can get the education that I can get is because of the deliverables that were set out by the Women's Charter to ensure that besides race, we all have equitable access to various things: law, education, transport services, and other things, including education. So it's important for institutions like ourselves to hold the state accountable. And I must say, there is no point in being a watchdog, but you don't have teeth. You must bite. I'm going to take the message back. When we come for you and we are biting, it's not nice. We won't just bark anymore. I can read you the reports that we have written. I'm a new commissioner. Let me be honest. I argue in the commission all the time and I say, okay, the reports is all very well. We've done a report, we've done this investigation, then what? We must be seen to be hard and hold to account those who are not doing what is right. And the institution has the mandate. So I'm going to take the message back and say, you are hearing from the Western Cape, the woman, The Speaker of the House, we are being told to bite. We must bite. And it's not enough for me to make a declaration at a public hearing. It's not enough for me to just say it. You must hold us accountable. We are a public institution, and we can be held accountable as a constitutionally appointed body. Now, just to get to some of the technical things, the CGE Act gives us a mandate. It's an act that enables us to operate within our mandate. On a high level, Deputy Chairperson, I want to assist you for today, just to help you with some of the findings and where we are on certain issues, so that you know when you are discussing issues, what must you discuss so that you build, right? One, poverty. The poverty report has just been released now by Stats SA. Stats SA is saying inequality in this country is still at 0.65. There's this indice that says Gini indice. What it tells us is this. The richest, if we say this is all of South Africa, all of us here, what the Gini is saying is that, let's say these are the richest 10% here on the road, including the right there. These are the ones who are the richest 10%. What it's saying, if the whole wealth, okay, let me not use them. Thank you. You are right, Deputy Chairperson. I'll use the first row. Let me use the first row. If you are the richest 10% in this first row, this side and this side, what they are saying is all of the wealth, 90% of the wealth, that is what the Gini is saying. What the inequality measure is saying is that if we have this room and say 40%, if South Africa has the richest 50% that side and the poorest 50% this side here, it's actually 40%. They only have 8.3% of the income this side. That's what they're talking about when they talk about inequality. So the numbers are very, very technical, but what it's saying is that we are not doing well. You live it. I can't tell you the theory. You live it when you want to take your children to school, when you don't have enough money for transport, for going to look for a job. You live it when your money runs out for food. There is a statistic on food poverty that tells you that the amount of food, money available for food in households, 441 rand. Most households in South Africa, some households have less than 441 rand in their household for the whole month for food. We're not doing well. This is a crisis. The CGE, therefore, as a result, what we are saying is we have focused on, there's acts and bills that we have enacted, we have made inputs into, but the point is this, we are not at the place we need to be. So what does this mean? It means that the CGE, together with the state, as the state has said, needs to put an emphasis on economic redress, on economic emancipation. And it's not our necessarily core mandate. There's an economic cluster, right? There are departments that do this, but we can hold them to account. We can say that your targets you are not meeting. There are more than 10 million unemployed people in the country, and we know that the majority of these are women. Unemployment, they talk about unemployment being 29%. 31% unemployment with women, higher than the 27% of unemployment with men. There's what you call feminization of unemployment. Therefore, when we're thinking programs to implement to drive out unemployment, women must be targeted because they are worse hit by this phenomena called unemployment. Do you understand? So we are putting these measures in place. So you need to just know that. As an international goal, South Africa has improved, though, when you look at access to education. On the poverty, on the income inequality, we're not doing well. On education, we can say that there have been improvements for access to schooling for girl children. There have been improvement to access to transport, even though it hasn't been completely eradicated in some areas. There are improvements that need to be done. On the side of goals relating to infant and maternal mortality, unfortunately, the predominance of infant mortality is linked at times to HIV. And that leads to a rise in that. But maternal mortality is predominant mainly in the rural areas, not in the urban areas. So in the Western Cape, very fortunate, very privileged, because the public healthcare facilities are very different to what is accessible to our sisters and brothers. Oh, all right.
I'm sorry, I know it's a very interesting input, but I learned from the military, you just don't leave and people see you go out. We must excuse speaker now because she's needed at parliament. There will be a sitting and the deputy speaker is not at parliament. So we are just requesting for speaker to take leave. Is it fine? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll allow her to leave, but I will continue to speak. Is that okay? Okay. On the side, we can clap for her. Asoze aphela mandla, asoze aphela mandla. Thank you so much. We had to allow her to leave because of the parliamentary session that is going to take place where she is needed. On the side of political power and sustainable development, we are not doing well. I will talk to the issue of political power. Gender representativity is a problem not just in the private sector at a managerial level, not just in the public sector, but also within political parties across the board. You find that women are not given the powerful roles. They are given the roles where they can take minutes, they must write notes, but the decision-making roles are not given to the women in parties. So the problem then begins to be, how do you make sure there's gender parity at a party political level across the board? The only party that had 50-50 in the last, we do a research as CGE called, we have a consultative workshop where we call all the political parties, we say, give us your data. We look at what's happening in National Assembly, we look at the data there, and then we assess what's happening. And we have found that one party has 50-50 gender parity, all the other parties have slid down. Only the ruling party shows a 50-50 parity, but you need to look at then the provincial legislatures, the cabinet. The cabinet has improved in terms of representativity, we know, and you also need to look at proportional representation at a councillor level. And most parties, even the lists, they are not 50-50. Only one party has that as a mandate and a requirement, and that's the ruling party. So we need to make sure that our parties also transform. We need to work from the inside and vote for women to have the power. But once they have the power, let's not destroy them. Let's not fight against them so that they can fail. Because that's also another issue. But it's not a necessarily a political finding on our report. The employment equity findings talk to women being underrepresented at this level as well in terms of managerially. On the side of security, I wanted to end with this side. We know that the crisis in the country has worsened in terms of violence against women and children. We know that gender-based violence, with femicide included, has resulted in the summit that took place. We also know that the interventions and the actions that have been taken haven't resulted and yielded much fruit, because the statistics show us that 138 per 100,000 women are raped in this country, higher than anywhere else in the world. We have the poorest or the highest level of inequality, highest in the world. We have highest femicide, 5 times higher than the global average in South Africa. Femicide is intimate partner killing. So we're really sitting with a conundrum where the justice cluster needs to have pressure put. And I know that the president has responded with an emergency action plan. There is a national strategic plan, and a lot of plans are being put in place. But I think where it's important for us as the CGE and as civil society and as members of the community is to hold these state institutions to account. Is to hold them to account to spending the money on what they've said they're going to spend it on, and making sure that there's impact on the implementation of these programs. And I think that that's where the CGE must strengthen itself. I don't think that we necessarily have done as much as we can. I'm the first to say we can improve as an institution. But when we improve, it means that we will hold more to account. We will hold them to account to the mandate that they are supposed to implement in accordance to the law, particularly the justice cluster, particularly insofar as expediting the conclusion of cases, making sure that these courts that are being built and these Tutuzela care centers that are being built are built within the agreed timeframes and also implemented within the framework that is required as agreed in the action plan. I think the weakness that we have, and we can agree to all, is that if we don't hold our institutions to account, we will remain having the kind of outcomes we have because the behavior won't change. So it's not just a minister, but it's the department has officials. There are people that work in departments that are supposed to do certain things that enable you to access goods and services that the state offers, isn't it? So it's holding the seniors to account who must hold those who are under them to account. And I think it's a whole process. So as the CGE, I want to commit to say that within our mandate, and in line with that, we will continue to hold institutions to account. We'll continue to do the reports that we do, to do the hearings that we do, but I think more importantly, I think as mentioned already today, we have got to be more visible, we have got to have a louder voice, we have got to be heard speaking and being a voice for women, the disenfranchised, the marginalized, the rural women, because they have no one else to speak to, they have no one else to speak for them if we are silent. So I want to say in closing, I've taken a lot of time, but I want to say in closing, you're welcome to come to our offices and lay complaints. Our offices are in 32 Adderley Street in Cape Town. That's our offices, that's where they are. You're welcome to come to our offices at any time if you have a complaint. We have people that can assist you should you have issues that you need assistance with. We also have a number, 0800 007 709, where you can lay complaints, where you can, 0800 007 709, where you can lay complaints and you can be assisted. It's a call center that will assist you. But I want to say as a closing is that as women, we must be united in purpose. We really need to be united as women in terms of rebuilding the country. And I believe it starts with women because families are constructed from women within families. And the greater impact is when women are united in a society, in a community, and they rebuild families and they rebuild some of the broken things that need serious fixing in this country. We can start to see some real differences and changes in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My ladies, we only have one more speaker, and that is the chairperson of the South African Local Government Association in the Western Cape. Sir, you can move to the front. Councillor, is it Andrew of Andre? Anton, good see you. So I wanted to sing the Nama song for you, but we will allow him to make his input, because after that, it will be you that will be speaking. And we will do part of the public hearing, we will go for lunch, and we will come back and we will finish the public hearing. But also already now, if some of you don't want to speak, we have prepared a table outside so that you can go and write down what you want to see reflected in our deliberations report. Because we did it for the men's sector, and we decided that we are going to print a booklet for all our engagements so that people can immediately know what we have been busy with. We are going to give over to Councillor Alderman Anton Kutsie. Over to you, dear.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. me just pick this up slightly. I'm also going to follow the previous speakers. Deputy Chair, I think I'll refer to you as Madam Program Director. Yes, just to say that I wish to observe all protocol. We have members of parliament here, we've heard this morning, we have councillors here, and then I think as Speaker of the National Assembly, Modise said to me this morning, we have the most important guests here, members of the public. I believe it's for you that a government exists, not the other way around. I'm going to talk briefly, and I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible and give some feedback as to what we are doing in SALGA. SALGA standing for the South African Local Government Association. We act on behalf of municipalities in the Western Cape, but also right throughout South Africa. And then we are also a member of the United Cities on Local Government, which is, the abbreviation is the UCLG. It is a worldwide local government organization, and I'm happy to say, Madam Program Director, that our SALGA South Africa, our President, Thembi Nkadimeng, is the President of SALGA in South Africa, and she's also now a Vice President of the worldwide local government organization. We are working together very closely, and she's an excellent person, and I think as a president she's doing extremely well. When I give you our program and what we are busy with and what we have done in the past and what we are doing in the future, I just want to say that we've heard this morning from many speakers that we need to make laws to execute X, Y, and Z. That is so. But just remember that making laws is a very responsible thing, because laws do not operate in a vacuum. Laws work side by side and they work together. And they all resort ultimately under our Constitution. So when we do make laws to achieve certain goals, these laws should not infringe on other laws. Because if they do infringe on other laws that give certain rights to people, you will inevitably infringe on personal laws of people. All right. Just bear that in mind when I report back to you today. The other thing that I just want to mention quickly, Madam Program Director, I'm conflicted to say Deputy Chair or Madam Program Director, but is that in SALGA, we absolutely encourage men to attend the functions of the SALGA Women's Commission. I was so amazed when I got here this morning and I saw that apart from some members of staff, I'm the only man here. You may want to consider when you tour through South Africa to extend your invitations to men. Because, ladies, in all fairness, how do you expect men to know what is important to women if you don't invite them to these functions? Okay, let's start. I'm keeping you away from lunch. The mandate of SALGA is to lobby, advocate, and protect local government, to represent local government, and specifically the interest of local government in different structures and platforms. We act as an employer body representing municipalities and ultimately then also councillors, but also representing, when I say municipalities, we represent municipalities in total, the body, the institution. We build capacity in municipalities through programs and learning initiatives. And we also build capacity, technical capacity, within municipalities. This is just the introduction to tell you what we are doing. We support and advise our members on a range of different issues, and we build a profile in local government as the hub of intelligence. In other words, we are up to date with legislation. We have specialists in many different fields, and if a municipality has a problem, they should feel free to be able to call SALGA in order to advise them. All right? We have also in the past recently, or in the recent past, taken up some legal issues on behalf of municipalities and bigger schemes. All right. That just basically what we do, but we do deal with a full spectrum of what local governments stand for. We all know Section 152 of our Constitution gives the objects of local government. In other words, everything listed there, Section 1A to 1E, is the reason for the existence of local government. Go and read it sometimes. We cover that whole spectrum. To get back to gender issues and equality, on equality specifically, which is Article 1 of the Women's Charter, we launched a provincial gender forum tomorrow, 19th, the 20th and the 21st. 21st. It is an initiative of provincial government, local government department, provincial government Western Cape, and it's being held tomorrow and the day after tomorrow in Worcester, and it's a joint operation between us and province. And the objective, just as a matter of interest, I said to you previously, Section 152 of the Constitution gives the objects of local government. The difference between the word object and objective is an objective is something that you try to reach. An object is the reason for existence. So the objectives of the establishment of this provincial gender forum is to establish a provincial gender forum, goes without saying, in the Western Cape, to ensure consistency and support to municipalities with developing gender action plans, to create a platform for municipalities to share activities and best practices and highlight challenges, and to establish linkages between stakeholders, sector departments, and municipal gender focal persons. We heard this morning when the speaker was speaking that whenever women get together who share a general goal, then things start happening. You remember she said that? Okay. Also maybe through song. She said, she mentioned a couple of other things, bringing a group of people together with a common goal. All right? This is what's going to happen tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. It's one of those platforms. With regards to education and training, Madam Program Director, through SALGA, we've done a lot of training. I can mention it all to you. It's pages and pages of it. But I'm going to cut it short because for me, mentioning it to you is about as interesting as reading a telephone book. You have to be in these programs. We all know that SALGA has these council induction programs that they roll out. The phase one was a non-accredited training, and the phase two went a little bit deeper. That was accredited training. We've trained officials, we've trained municipal councillors in a large way. We've trained them in many, many different disciplines, also on infrastructure. I can read you some of them. We've done local labor forums, occupational health and safety, waste management, local economic development, integrated development, and so I could carry on. All right. SALGA is a training hub for local government. Then there are different programs that we had from 2006 to 2015. In round about 2011, we started changing things. You remember that the local government organization prior to 2006 was called WEC Logo in the Western Cape. You guys remember that? And then it changed to SALGA. Okay. Through SALGA, we have started with these training programs. Remember what Madiba said? Knowledge is power. You guys remember that? Okay. All right. Let's carry on then, and we go to Article 7 on political and civic life. We've had many discussions around gender-based violence. I addressed the provincial parliament recently on that, femicide, and these issues. Our provincial chairperson of the SALGA Women's Commission is a woman who lives in Beaufort West. Some of you have most probably met her in the past. She's a very, very dynamic person, Dr. Annelie Rabie-Reder. Also the previous CEO of Business Against Crime. And she's very outspoken on women's issues. Because of that, we are very mindful in SALGA, because it's being impressed upon us by Dr. Rabie-Reder, that women face specific challenges. We've heard that this morning. I wouldn't go as far as to say that women only take minutes and those kind of things. My experience is a little bit different. That may have been so in the days of my mother, about 30 years ago. It's not like that anymore. All right. Let me rather qualify that. It may be so, but it's not my experience. We've had many conversations with Dr. Rabie-Reder, and she is starting to sort of get the wheel rolling in SALGA. SALGA has undertaken to institutionalize advocacy processes through the formation of SALGA Women's Commission, and a decision was taken at the National Members Assembly of SALGA in 2009 that a national SALGA Women's Commission should be established. This was indeed done. And you remember I spoke in the beginning from UCLG. We also belong to a body called UCLGA. That's the United Cities on Local Government for Africa. Now, that organization advocated the forming of a local government women's commission. And it's because of them that SALGA took the decision in 2009 to also institute that in South Africa. All right. And the SALGA Women's Commission was then launched in 2010. The mandate of the SALGA Women's Commission is to coordinate, promote, and advocate for gender-appropriate strategies and practices within member municipalities. And that position also then feed into the UCLGA, and from them, from the African body to the national body, UCLG. So you can see that the whole, for lack of a better term, let's just call it women's rights. The whole issue of women's rights in local government in South Africa is a serious thing. And we do really wish to move forward on that. And not only because it's right, but because the world recognizes it as being right. And we slot into that. The membership of our Provincial Women's Commission obviously is made up out of politicians, and it consists out of one woman per district. We have 5 districts in the Western Cape, and then also one for the city of Cape Town. And that forms the Women's Commission, and they then slot in under our Provincial Executive Committee. So Dr. Rabie-Reder is a member of my executive committee, and obviously ex officio, because she's a chairperson in her own right, but she reports through our executive committee, through Salga Provincial, and from Provincial then to the National Executive Committee, the NEC. So it's a complete structure. Nothing operates in a silo. So if decisions get taken here, it gets discussed on a higher level, and that's how we operate. Okay, and then the Women's Commission meets on a quarterly basis. Obviously, they meet more if they need to, but that's basically what they do. Madam Program Director, I think I'm going to skip some of the issues here. I have spoken about the mandate. Obviously, the Women's Commission, one of their, my eye just caught something here that I needs to mention to you. A lot of social issues cut into the things that they work with and that they talk about every day. So they do work very closely with the provincial Minister on Social Development. All right. Then Article 10, violence against women. The Provincial Women's Commission, or the Salga Women's Commission Western Cape, has adopted a resolution on the 2nd September 2015 to address gender-based violence by means of district engagements with a goal to discuss an integrated service delivery approach to be shared by municipalities. In this regard, various workshops were held. There was, on the 23rd of June 2016, a workshop in Cape Winelands District. In Central Karoo in July 2017, Garden Route District, March 2017, Overberg District, 25 November 2016, and so it carries on. The gender-based violence workshop that was facilitated by Dr. Rabie Reder in the Central Karoo dealt more or less mainly with integrated service delivery system, while the emphasis in the other discussions dealt more with gender-based violence. This is a topic that is actually more alive at the moment, is the whole issue of gender-based violence. In order to complete the communication loop, the outcomes of these district engagements obviously was also reported back to the provincial government. Madam, I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm just looking at my note to try and finish. I think we can end it there. Thank you very much.
I'm laughing because it's International Men's Day, but I've never seen a man that is so afraid of women than this guy. You know, most men, when they are afraid of us, they are just afraid. So we want to continue. The two ladies that are sitting here is going to be in charge of this session. I really want us to continue so that we can later on just take a lunch and continue. I think if you agree with me, we can at least try to max up to 3 hours so that we just give to you to input. Doctor, I don't know whether you also want to come and join us here, but I've been a premier of a province, and I've led many imbizos. So I'm going to use the imbizo style because it worked for me. So from this side, now we are going to request 10 people to come and stand here. 5 can stand that side if it's from that side, and 5 here. But we are going to request 10 people to stand here now so that you make your inputs. Is someone saying no? I'm saying from this side. I'm not confused, my dear. You can come to the front. Move quickly, my dear. Ladies, whilst the 10 people are coming to be here in front, you don't have to stand like this. You can stand here in front. Or you can stand, okay, stand there. I realize now for the cameras it will be, oh no, but we've got a camera in front. So you can stand here. Come, join them here. Join them here. You will be 10. You will be 10. We can also count, Mosne. We will be 10. Okay? We will be 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kui kam ngona haka. Koran ngani goed kaisa. Kwese. DC as 10. As namatal getel. Ja, zie je. We said 10. We said 10. Kui kam ngona haka. Koron ngani goed kaisa kwese DC. Is 10. Now we will allow you to make your input. Can I just continue to explain? Please. The other 10 will be from this side. We will do it like this. Can I just continue to explain? We will allow you to speak on anything, but try to focus on the Women's Charter. But if we feel that you are out of order, we will tell you that you are out of order. And we will request you to come into order. We will not request you to leave. It's our event. We cannot be chased away. But we must please remain within order. So we will start. Let me also just get, because you are the ones, remember, I'm just writing for you. Ladies, you saw the panel that spoke. They will also be part and parcel. If anything need to be responded on. But mostly I want inputs that we can take forward. And then at the end, I'm still thinking how we are going to have a high-level event where all the provinces will get together. And we will then, I'm still thinking about that. It's still far. We are here now. When you open or when you start speaking, please, I'm saying it because I'm going to say it once. Dingu Sylvia Lucas, and I'm from Langa, from Del, from wherever. And then you make your input. Have I said correctly? Yes, please identify yourself, and we take it from there. Mama, we will finish with the 4-year, and then we will go to you. Yes, ma.
Thank you, MC, and good afternoon, everyone. And of course, the speaker is not around. I know she will get all the information. My name is Fanny. Kewana is the surname. I'm from right here in Cooks.
Penny or Fanny?
Fanny, Fannie. I'm right here from Guguletu. And born, bred, and buttered right here in Cape, Western Cape.
We will put Jam.
Yeah. And quite involved in a lot of development, leadership in Guguletu. My input would be through the experience that we've been through and the challenges that we've gone through in the areas where we live in. My input would be, firstly, I would appeal and ask the leadership of this Women Charter as we speak to, I would say, to consider putting the community. I'm not talking about the organized organization now. I know there's a lot of NGOs, NPOs that are there on behalf of the people. But now the ordinary people on the ground to be considered, be in parliament, to represent themselves, not anybody else representing them representing themselves. When I say ordinary women, I'm talking about ordinary women, including the women in the rural areas, because of the challenges that they experience on daily basis. They are the ones who can be able to relate to their own stories. not anybody else telling them the stories about them, or the parliamentarians hearing about their stories on the media, on the papers and all that. It's about time, because most of the parliamentarians have left the townships long time ago. They don't live where we live. So those people that are living in the areas where they're experiencing the crime, they're experiencing all the difficulties, the problems that they encounter in the township, I think they are the best people to be elected, whatever way that you're going to use. Have ordinary people like elderly people, the pensioners, ordinary people that are living in the township and experiencing the crime and the abuse that they're experiencing through their husbands or their children.
I will give 3 minutes from now on.
All right,
We speak too
I'll
long.
summarize it now.
Yes.
In not leaving our children behind, of course, which is our daughters and our girl child, to be included in that group of people that will represent our ordinary people in parliament. And just to summarize that, then, of course, from those people, there should be people who are small businesses, that are experiencing the problems of not being able to be put out there, because there always be small businesses. Because in Western Cape, let me make an example in Western Cape, there's oceans economies that they're talking about. Big businesses, we're talking about wine industry, which is our mining in the Western Cape, but we are not involved as women. We've only been considered in catering, logistics, or cleaning. We need to be involved in those big businesses so we can always, also be involved in the economy of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In 3 minutes, you can say a lot if you focus on what you want to say.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Monica Solundwana. I'm from Nyanga East. I'm born in Eastern Cape in East London, but I grew up here in Cape Town. My studies, everything I'm done here in Cape Town. I'm here to speak about the counselors. I'm working as an HIV/AIDS counselor. So I need the right to them. How will they do? Because we're only working on contract basis. When the government is going to take us to the government or under the wing, because sometimes we're working so much, but at the end of the day, we don't see what they do at the counselors, at the clinic. We are on that low position as much as we can, but we are there to help people. Like, for instance, me, I'm working as an adherence counselor, but we find out that government want to push us away now so that the nurses can do all the job, but the nurses don't have a time for the client to hear from their problems. And the clients are dependent on us as counselors. They freely to speak to us like, what is the problem? And then the client can speak out. But the sisters don't have a time even for papers to write it down, what's really happening. So all the clients depend on the counselors that we can rely on the counselors. Like, for instance, there's people that risk on treatment failure. So we are counselors, we've got the time to sit down with them. Please, dear, can you tell me what is the main reason to default on treatment? So the client speak out, firstly, I don't have money to come to the clinic, I don't have a food to eat those treatment. So there's a lot of things that the clients are depending on it. So they say they're defaulting to take treatment because there's no money or there's no food on the table to eat. So now we're dealing with those problems because are defaulting. Also the people that are giving birth, not booking yet, when you come to the hospital, non-book and non-treatment and HIV/AIDS. So we have to deal with those problems. It's an issue that we're dealing with. So I need the government to consider the councillors to be there also so that they can work as mostly as the people. Thank you very much.
Monica, you used 2 minutes. That is a very good example. Yes.
Good day. My name is Hazel Siaya from Langa. I want to talk about education. I am really disturbed because some of our kids can't make it to grade 12. The reason why they fail to go there until grade 12 and get a certificate. Because they are slow achievers. What are we doing with the slow achievers? Few schools or one school is being built for schools of skills. Here in Guguletu, in Langa, there's nothing. In Nyanga East, there's nothing. In Kailicha, there is nothing. So what are we doing about the dropouts, about the slow achievers? Then let me go to social development. You'll find out the mothers of the babies are getting some money. What do they do with the money? They run away. The employable age is 18 to 35. And there's a gap, 35 to 59. What is the social development doing about those real mothers who look after the babies of their children? What is being done? What is being done? I think if you are really concerned about poverty, make an example, we've got a councillor. How can that councillor plow back to the community, meaning from the ground? Just take 10 families, create a vegetable garden, sell the vegetables, provide the poverty-stricken families with the vegetables that you get there. And let me go to Mr. Kutsi. It is said that many of the houses are owned by single parent being women. And these are elderly people. They only depend on the grant. Now, just spread the money of the grant right through the month. You feel that mid-month there's no food. Mid-month there's no food. And now we usually get free electricity. There's no free electricity. We want that free electricity back because we are suffering. There is a basic need that is water. You'll find out the people who are paying their rates, their water is being cut. How can you cut a basic need? And you'll find out that 350 liters they give us right through the day. As the men. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker. Can I speak in my own language?
Ons hoor niks.
Good morning, Speaker. Can I speak in my own language?
By all means.
Ek is so bly om vanmôre hier te wees. My naam is Edwina Abrams. Ek is van Elsenburg in Stellenbosch. En ek is op die dametjie wat bevestig het op eienaarskap. Hoekom word daar elke keer vrouens geëwiek op plase? Plaaswerkers werk 27 jaar op plase. Dan as hulle sterwe, dan word hulle geëwiek om uitsettings. En elke keer word daar uitsettings gegee vir plaaswerkers. Ons het al getooi parlement toe en daar was nog niks vir ons gegee oor eienaarskapie. En ek voel net, hoekom het ons vroue nie regte nie? Want ons het ook regte, waartoe moet ons gaan met ons kinders as ons uitgesit word? En ek voel dat Elsenburg landbou, hulle het 'n probleem met die werkers, want die werkers moet R1900 'n maand betaal. Waar baie van ons wat daar bly, wat mense nie eens werk vir Elsenburg, betaal eers hulle huur, maar ons moet R1900 vir huur betaal. Water moet hier nie eens voor praat nie, want die water kom met die berg uit, maar ons moet 400 of 600 of 700 betaal vir ons water. So ek voel net, hoekom moet ons Elsenburg mense wat op plase bly, hoekom moet ons dit ons word, hoe kan ek sê, ons word van ons regte geskei. Want daar word nie vir ons regte gegee nie. Ons krag, kom met ons skoep. Ons krag, daar's mense wat ou mense is. Hulle kan dit nie eens afford want as u 'n persoon 1,700, 'n ou mens se oorpay en hy betaal sy hier, wat het hy oor aan die einde van die dag om te lewe van? En dan is dit nie nog te praat van hoe lyk die plaaspaaie nie. Kom kyk hoe lyk die paaie. Kom kyk hoe is die plek afgebreek wat kan gebruik geraak het van landbou wil nie vir ons iets doen op die plase nie. Ons huise val in mekaar in. Dat reën in by ons huise, die toilette breek, maar public works, hulle moet vir ons verantwoordelik is, maar hulle wil nie toestaan om ons huise te doen nie. So ek vra asseblief dat u na die toestand sal kyk.
Ja, dankie Edwina. Jy het ook net 2 minute gebruik en jy het alles gesê wat jy wou gesê het. Yes, dear, you may. You will not speak. You will wait for the next round. I've seen you. You will be the first one in the next round.
1, 2. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nombeko Liputing. I'm from the Dusty Streets of Gugulethu. I was born here. I'm from Ilita Labantu. I'm fighting violence against women and children. Chairperson, first Chairperson, what I want to say, I'm so disappointed for having a short notice about this important event. This important event, we're supposed to have more than 1,000 people, women that are in this hall today, even if there's marquee outside, because this is a very important session that you bring to us as the NCOP in Gugulethu. Because it's not only for Gugulethu, it's for the Western Cape. You can't find like this number of women in the Western Cape. It's so disappointing. We are so disappointed as women in the Western Cape. On the Women's Charter, I want to start on the judiciary. There's a point there on the judiciary, even though we're supposed to be given this before so that we can browse and read, so for us to engage on this thing. We need to have workshops for this charter in our communities. We need to have awarenesses about this charter in our communities so that people will be aware about this charter because it's very important. And this charter, when you are looking in the judiciary, some of the acts in the judiciary need to be changed. Because when you find out someone will rape, and then because of the less evidence, that person will see him walking around our streets. So what I'm asking is, I was expecting even the minister of the judiciary to be here, but he's not here. Because we also need to make sure that in our courts there are clauses and acts that need to be changed. When you go to the issue of human settlement, I was born here in Gugulethu. When you look, our families, our houses were built 4-room houses. And now in these 4-room houses, my aunt, my uncle, my everything is staying in that house. That's how the rape starts happening. Because you'll find the uncle staying in the house, and then the uncle is 60 years, I'm making an example, and then the uncle will bring their children in the house. All of those things, I think those things need to be looked after Chairperson. The issue of in the Women and Disabilities Office, that office needs to do a lot. There's a lot need to be done with that office. That office needs to come down to the people. We do not need people to bark. We need people to work on the ground with the NGO that the speaker was talking about. The NGOs are the will of the people. They are there. People they can just knock in the offices. If the parliament doesn't have money for one-stop station for the women, so let the parliament pump the money in the NGOs so that the NGOs can be the will of the, can work with the parliament to do the work for the people. Thank you, Chairperson.
Nombeko, can we request that you also give a written input to the table outside so that we have that? Now, write it down because you will not speak again, but write it down and give it to the table. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Igama lam ndingumnumzana Stofile. Ndizalelwe apha eGugulethu 108 nama 30. But ndiye ndahamba nomamam sohlala eKhayelitsha ukuqala kweKhayelitsha 1984. Now ndihamba ndirenta ndise Esterrivier. Bendirenta eMfuleni Khayelitsha ndise Esterrivier ngoku. Okokuqala ndifuna umelo no business. Ono business abatsha bafana nathi omama siyasafarisha too much. Uthi ugovernment masivuke sizenzele. Sivuke nyani sizenzele singomama. But xa sisiya siyofaka izinto zethu certificates zethu ezi certificates okokuqala kubhlungu sizenza ngemali zegrant zabantwana. Uhambe etown wenze zonke certificates kuthiwa zenze imali leyo sikhwela ngemali. Then kasiyofaka kwezindawo ubona kusakhiwa ufake ungene kwezindawo awusoze wena uthathwe. Awusoze ubizwe. Now xa ndithetha umzekelo esam certificates ngoku sesango 2015 akho certificates ingenaso. But andikafumani nenye itenda zange ndasabhiswa nosabhiso. But every year unyaka mali wam uphela ngo-April funeka ndiyobhatala kwa-ABSA. Although ndingenayo imali ndingaphangeli. Kodwa ndisahleli ethembeni lobana ngenye imini ugovernment singomama uyawuze asibonelele. Because ongxowankulu abafuni usisabhisa nathi sizofunda. Ba kwakukho nje indlela kufakwa ifiber kwenziwa njani. Kwakuklinwa izitrato kwenziwa njani. Ngobani abafumanayo pha kwaCity aba baklina izitrato. Icrime siyayibona sihlala kuyo ininzi abantu abaphangeli. Kulento kuvuka kulando kuthiwa ngamapharapara ngoku. Bangaba besinikwa thina abantu bahlala elokishini umsebenzi. Siqashe aba bantwana sithi thina bangamapharapara. Ndicinga bangeyiphela amapharapara. Ugovernment akasisela ngaso apha ezilokishini. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you. Like I said, you can speak in any language. We have got the translation services here. If they are not here, it's not a problem. We are taking this as a report and we are going to bring it back. So I only know Papalela Xhosa, but at least I got the idea of what you were speaking about. So it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I must say that I also want to thank you and your team for bringing Parliament to the people, because this is what is needed. And I always thought that the MPs or MPLs that we have in our constituencies should be doing this job. Maybe taking whatever policies that are done in Parliament, because you won't always all the time going around in our wards and whatever and get people together. My one is not very long because I just heard that women, really, we've got uniting problems. Most of the things that I wanted to say, Deputy Chair, they've been said. My name is Vuyiswa Nzakana. My background is in the construction and property. I'm just saying it because I'm like unemployed. I'm a self-unemployed person.
You are a self-employed.
I'm self-employed, but I always say self-unemployed. Thank you, Deputy Chair, because as I'm telling you now, I don't even have a tender that I'm sitting with or a contract that I'm sitting with. Every now and then I'm doing what this lady was saying here. You go and make all the compliances in the world. I've done lots of work. I think I'm mainly known in this house. I've done lots of work in terms of advocating and lobbying for women emancipation. The the policies that have been passed in parliament while I've been in the organizations like South African Women of Construction. The BE policies, amendments, we presented in parliament with the DTIs. And the 30% that has been advocated now within the Department of Human Security Department, that I only know that it's got it on its own policy, that women should get 30%, is not even working for women. As you've heard that this lady now that is sitting here, that you can go and evaluate the department, nothing happens. To the chairperson of the gender, or that has been just elected, I want to say to her, all these monitoring systems are very reactive. We'd like them to be proactive. Because you go with already, the department doesn't comply. So why do you do? Are you going to expose this? And after expose this, what do you do? We need proactive measures and system that's going to say, you know what? Up until you do not award that tender, if that tender is 30% of it, or that department's budget is not going to go to the women, you rather not even award it to ensure that everything goes. Otherwise, yes. Because to go after the damage has been done, it's all lots of work at a deputy chair. And I'm talking about something that I already know. I'm coming from even a corporate environment. I used to be the chairperson of the EE, Employment Equity. The departments are like working with like a private sector now. The private sector used to even be prepared.
Can you please make a written submission?
Yes.
Because we want to keep to time.
Yes, thank you.
You brought very important points. But I think it will assist us if you make the written submission. Let's go to the next. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Vuiswa.
Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Vuiswa.
Thank you so much. My name is Reverend Nokwanda Makwela. I'm coming from an organization called Kingdom Queens and Sawen.
Again?
I'm coming from an organization called Kingdom Queens and Sawen, under the mentorship of Mandisa from Elita Labantu. We've listened to our minister, so I was expecting the minister to down in terms of the population of South Africa to indicate how many women or females we have in the country and how many male figures we have in the country, so that when we speak of gender equality, we are able to say, what is 50%? 50%, is it based on population of this country? Is it a true reflection of the population of the country? Number one, the true reflection of the population of the country needs to be taken into consideration in dealing with the gender issues. I have a burning issue about the single parent that I'm expecting the Charter organization to break it down, because when we speak of women, we speak about different women from different backgrounds. Most of children are being raised by the single parent. I didn't heard anything spoken about the single parent, and yet we speak about the social ills, of which we speak about the fruits. What is the root cause of the social ills of the society? Most of the households are being held by those single parents in terms of distribution of property. I didn't hear anything that is zooming in onto the single parent that are raising children that are producing the tomorrow's society. Hence that I did not hear. I want us, the House, to break it down and come up with findings to say, out of research that has been conducted, these are the findings. This is what is going to happen in the near future, because now single parents are very angry. We're raising fatherless children where the fathers are absent. So this House must decide about the absent father who is not there to father the children before we speak about social ills, drugs, and rape. Fatherless children need to be taken into consideration by this House. Let me finish the last.
Got 1 minute.
I know. Thank you so much. Let me just finish. Okay. My last baby. I have a burning issue about churches. I want women to silence those churches that are taking advantage of vulnerable women in our society. And this rape thing now that is putting under it's just, let me wrap
Finish,
it up.
finish.
Under carpet, where the pastors, the reverend are raping our children in their churches. They check those who are coming from a disadvantaged background. I want this house to be the mouth of those vulnerable women and children. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend. I want to repeat, as Parliament, we are having an oversight role over government. We are not going to respond to anything here. We are going to also, with you, go to government and say, this is the issues that have been raised by women, and we will monitor how you are responding to these things, even the municipalities, all of them. Yes, dear. Let me just check your time.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. My name is Tembile Chinjonjo, and I am representing Scalabrini.
Can you just say again your first name?
Tembile Chinjonjo. And I'm here to represent Scalabrini Center of Cape Town. Scalabrini, it's actually long, so I'm just trying to make it short. So Scalabrini Center of Cape Town presents this written submission to the Parliament of South Africa at its Women's Charter Review, Western Cape.
If you have a written submission, just tell us and you will put it in. We will put it in our booklet and we will make sure it's one of the things that we follow up.
Okay.
Yes.
So I
in
don't
fact,
have to
written submission is more helpful because we can study it again when we are at Parliament.
All right. So I don't need to say anything
Yes, you
now.
don't need. So then we can give your turn to her.
All right.
Thank you. Then we can give her turn to you. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. No, it's, she said she was part of the 10. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. I think I'm going to speak on two issues. My worry about such sessions, my name is Vyogazi Malafu. I'm from Kosatu, also a member
Your
of the...
name is?
Vyogazi Malafu. I stay here in Kukuletu. I'm coming as a delegation of Kosatu, also a member of the Young Women's Desk. I think also Sis Mandisa has played a role into the woman that I am today. I just want to say my worry about these charter reviews is that there's many sessions that have taken place. And I worry if is it the same people that attend these things and to have time to follow up and say, these are the achievements that we've come and now we're able to follow back. I worry if we use these sessions to just have tick boxes that this was done. Remember, there's many things that have taken place, I think with the Women's Parliament that took place, and some of the things that have been declared by the President already that have started being implemented. I think if with the recent case of Uyinene, we've seen now that even culprits now, we can take pictures of them, the media is allowed to take pictures, which is one of the achievements that we can say as part of the women, we've achieved that. Two, is the issue of the media. I think the media has not been transformed, especially when it comes to women. I followed when we wanted a female president. I even followed overseas when Hillary wanted to stand as president. And I think the media continues to joke and make a joke and a mockery of women instead of making us know that women can be leaders. And it continues to make a narrative that women are not capable to lead. I also wish that we can do a follow analysis and a proper analysis on, we say now we've reached the 50-50, we've got women in very influential places, but that has not yet filtered down into the normal day-to-day women that we see in our communities. Today we are proud to say we've got women, we've got parliamentarians that are women. We've said, we've ticked the box actually to say we've made the 50% that we've always wanted. But what about the women on the ground, grassroots women, that achievement has not filtered down to them? Two, the unpaid...
Your time is up.
Okay, I'll write some of this up.
Thank you. Thank you, Vuyokazi. We said we will not respond. But if you speak about this ordinary woman, what are you saying about Malukas that is staying in Rosedale in Slankop? Because I'm an ordinary woman, I'm staying amongst my people in the location, and I am the deputy chairperson of the NCOP. I was a premier before. So it's ordinary women that we have developed from that level where they come from. You understand? I was also part of the NGOs and all of that. So I get worried if you don't see us as ordinary women. So who are we? We must also you are giving us now identity crisis, Mazan. So can we go to the 10 on the side, please? No, don't run. There is at least three women that I've seen that came, and I want that three to be the first ones to speak. The three of you, where is the other lady? You will be the first ones to speak because I saw you when you started then, and I asked you to go back to your seats. And ladies, I've said 10 people from each side. We will come again back and give another 10 from each side. It will be very wrong because with exit on your chest, you are from this side. So you will be the first one of the next 10. Let us allow the 10 from that. You can sit. Why do you torture yourself like that? You are torturing yourself. You will speak, but you will speak because we need to respect the order. We need to respect the order here. And I'm trying to learn, to teach us as women. We must teach society. So let us also teach ourselves to be obedient to order when we are together. So in this side, yes, but you can sit, I will call you. What is your name? Griselda. I will call you Griselda. Just because you were so patient, I will call you when the next round starts. Okay. So, ladies, we said this side it will be 10. And I've identified these 3 women, and then the rest will be 7. So can you just stand back and begin to count when 10 ends? If you must know, I will cut off at 10. I don't. Let's start. Okay. Can I tell you what we want to do is to make sure that 10 will speak now, 10 will then come again from this side, and 10 from that side. And then we will do an assessment, whether we will first have lunch and then continue. Lady?
Okay.
It's
good afternoon, everybody.
It's 13:15, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay. Uthandi nongoko lo uthethayo. Ndihlala ekhaya elitsha. Ndiphuma kula organization yaseWolanani, that means Embrace. Mna njena into endizokuyithetha okokuqala ndifuna njena into ibithethwa ngumama apha yokuba funeka sibe nala unity singomama again, because qale sasikade siyazi ba nge-9th ka-August siyahamba sibheke union buildings. So that is why namhlanje sizi-victims, because ayisekho la vibe sasikade sinayo singomama. Yiyo le nto si-abuseka kanjena. Okwesibini, sifuna njema singaba mama njena uhulumende akazame indlela anothomalalisa ngayo iziyobisi, because abantwana bethu baphelile ziziyobisi. Yiyo le nto icrime ingaka apha. Plus naba bantu bathengisayo ubutywala kungalalwa. Abantwana abangamantombazana ufike behamba ezitratweni. Kulapho khona bafumana khona i-rapes. And enye into singomama siyazizama ezi NGOs sizama ukuba siqokelele aba bantwana. Kodwa ezinye NGOs zikhathishwa down because azifumani support. Umzekelo kukho i-NGOs ezizama kwenza i-aftercares. Abantwana baphuma ezikolweni banganabantu bafikela kubo xa bephuma ezikolweni bagcwala ezitratweni. Abantwana abanizi bahlamba iitaxi bancinci abantwana befamba basezikolweni. So that is why kukho ezi NGOs zifomnyishwayo kubekho i-aftercares. So ke sicela i-support apho kwezo NGOs zikwazi ba zisupportwe. Enye njena into siyacela apha ezicourt sicela omanki abangomama ngakumbi kwicala le women and child abuse. Ke kubekho omanki abangomama abazakwazi ukuyifila ipain yoba kutheni kusenzeka lento yenzekayo apha ngaphandle apha. And ke ngoku enye into abantwana bethu abayazi ukuba mhlambi kwakutheni ze kubekho eza June 16 nentontoni. Iyafuneka lento siphinde sibuyele emva, because kuthi xa kufika ezantsuku siyayazi ba yayipain ngela xesha. Siyayazi ba ngela xesha yomama ngo-1954 yayipain yomama. Siyayazi ba ngeJune 16 kwafa abantwana babantu kodwa ngoku abantwana bethu bafumana ithuba babanxile because abayazi ukuba kwakusenzeka ntoni na. Siyafuna ukuba ibe khona i-education yoba kwakusenzeka ntoni. Enkosi.
Observing all protocols.
Enkosi sistande. Yes, ma'am.
Observing all protocols. Timamas. Titage A. Belinda. Tikai Kwetkonske Peterson from the Kooi and the Bushman in Menenberg. Now, as a woman, we are here to claim our rights. We
I
want
didn't hear your
recognition.
name. Your name.
Belinda Peterson
I
from
heard,
the Kooi and the Bushman.
I heard you said you are T. Class Peterson, but I didn't hear your name.
Tikai Kwetkonske Peterson. My fun is Peterson. We are here to claim our rights. We want recognition and respect in our homes, in our work, in our community. We become poorer every day, economically and socially. Today still, patriarchy further oppress and subordinate us on all levels, more especially in our churches, tribes, and organizations. With equality, we still lack authority in society. The historic oppression was never rectified. We are very much still the subordinates on all three spheres of government. The educational programs has gone from education to sex education in the form of a grade 4 school handbook. We as mothers, as nurturers, we will not be silent on the gender-based violence. Justice. Participation in traditional courts is important. Laying a foundation now will become the blueprint. The economy. Poor working conditions remain an evil within the workplace. To remedy this, all departments, especially labor, carry the biggest responsibility. Women still struggle economically to hustle and scarrel for the bread table and light on the lugboxie. We are given many responsibilities, but just not money. I'm sick and I'm tired not to benefit economically. Amase, atuatama comes he.
Dida goed semi. Dida goed semi.
Titage amire. Aitamamire.
Ait mamire.
Traikes, Titage Gertrude from the Aboriginal Kara Restorative Justice Group. The first thing I'd like to emphasize, well, first, thank you for Kangans for this meeting. But I want to actually emphasize.
But we didn't hear your name.
Gertrude Fester. We've had the Women's Charter 1954, the Women's Charter 1996. The problem and the concern is that there's never ever been an education program popularizing those programs. So that's one point. Point two, I also want to emphasize the fact that even though we have very, very impressive laws, the issue around implementation has never been well done. So we are asked, is there any way that when we're looking at new laws, we actually look at implementation, resources? For example, we think of the Domestic Violence Act. They're minimal resources. When we were in Parliament in 1990, we did research that the majority of work around violence against women is being done by NGOs and not government. So we are really concerned about that. But I want to also cover what Little Abantu said earlier, that we need to actually look at representation, to what extent, and I think there has to be research. We put women in Parliament. To what extent has this research really improved the quality and lives of women, and especially poor women? About representation here, I think it's a wonderful idea, but has there been any positive ways in trying to get people from the disability sector here, from the LGBTIQ committee, from also rural women? I think that may be important when you do your next parliamentary sittings in other provinces. Ensure that you have representation from marginalized groups. And then a key thing I want to say, to what extent can we really monitor? To what extent is education, both at primary and high schools, reinforcing patriarchy? As long as we have education system that privileges men and boys, we are going to have violence against women. To what extent is the input at churches reinforcing patriarchy? They say that men are the head of the house. Does it mean that men are head of the house to abuse women and children? So there needs to be a clear and constant program to eradicate patriarchy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have really found that 3 minutes is enough if you focus and you speak about your issues. So, yes, you may.
Good afternoon. I'm the chairperson of Women to Youth Outreach Project. My name is Charmaine Fisher and I'm in Eastridge, Mitchell's Plain. My problem is I help the abused women and children. Where do I send them? There's no shelter in Mitchell's Plain. There's nothing. I need protection for them. I can't even send them to SAPS because SAPS said they haven't got a protection unit. What do? I need safety places for the underage girls, the ladies. They go into drugs. Why? Because they've got no jobs. They're unemployed. There's no employment for them. Where do they go? There's no safety places. There's no place to hide them. What do I do as a non-profitable organization, not even struggling for 10 years by government, by our councillors, even to put a piece of bread in those people's mouth? Yeah, I also do need rehabilitations because there's no place where I can send the ladies as a rehab because there's nothing there. What do? Who's going to help me? Why is government there? I'm crying out for that, please. I've got a feeding scheme twice a week. How do I get money to feed them? I must call on my children. Why is government there? Where do I get my help from? Thank you very much.
Charmaine, what did you say is your organization's name?
Women to Youth Outreach.
Women to Youth Outreach.
Thank you.
But it will also assist if you go to the table and give some of your things. Next.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Chairperson. I'm also having a NPO. It's MUM, M-U-M. Touching Lives, that's my NPO. And my name is Philadelphia Hudsenberg from Mitchell's Plain, Tafelsig. I'm working with rape cases.
Before you continue to speak, can you give this woman a round of applause? I don't know, am I correct? She was the one that stand before the police this year when there was a fight and things of women and...
I'm always around.
But I still remember this Philadelphia Hudsenberg. I was thinking of your name. It touched me then. Because I was in Philadelphia when you started with that one. Thank you. You may continue. We will give you more time. Yes.
Okay, and I'm working with the elderly, pensioners. You know, where I stay, it's a red zone area. That is gangsters, drugs, rape cases, human abuse, you name it. But the main thing that I'm on it is the children that get raped. You know, sometimes the child is mute and that child gets raped. I had a case like that, a 34-year-old. It's not a child, she's a woman. But because she's mute, she couldn't say what happened to her, but she can show you. She can identify the person. And yet when they locked the person, the Sunday, he appeared on court the Tuesday. He came out on 1,000 rand bail. And then they gave that person a date of the 30th of January this year. And the senior prosecutor decided to withdraw the case because they didn't have enough evidence because she's mute. But what happened with her identity? She can identify who the person is. So that one to indicate to me that every man can just come and abuse our children that can't fight for themselves. Why is government doing this to our children? She can't speak, but yet they gave her the dolls to show them what he did. And he did it. And you know, it wasn't, for me, it wasn't a nice thing yet to withdraw the case for more evidence. What evidence do they still need? If the district doctor was there, if the doctor, private doctor also said that she was raped, where does our children gonna end up by the end of the day? What happened? She can identify the person. Why did the senior prosecutor withdraw the case? And funny after everything, it's a family that did it. So do you people want to tell me she won't identify the person who did it and it's a family? The elderly people get so hard under the children that's on drugs too. They get abused by their own children. Their card get missing, their IDs disappear. By the end of the day, if they go stand in the line, there's no money. So where does that put our women? Where does that put our elderly people that could have been our mothers? Who's fighting for them?
Thank you, Philadelphia.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's quite an emotional thing, but it
Yes,
will be like that. We must accept that.
Kachis, greetings. I'm Sandra Green from Sands Creation. I work with underprivileged children. I teach them skills. But my passion is for the abused women because I'm also a domestic violence counselor. And I think the government should do more where the safe houses is concerned. There's no safe houses. Me as a counselor, I have to get the woman into safety. But when we found there is no place for the woman, what do we do with the woman? How we as counselors cannot protect them at like 24/7. So my cry is for that. And there's alcohol syndrome babies, there's the drug withdrawal syndrome babies. I also need help in that field and that area so I can help the children because they lash out, they're emotional. And I think that is where the anger and the violence come from the children because of all these problems that they're facing in the house. Thank you.
Thank you, Santa.
I must stand so. My name is Murida Lekay. I'm from the Gorina Kona Kuna Council. Yes, I'm here.
Corrida?
Goring High Kona, Goring High Kona.
Corin.
Goring.
Cori.
Yes, Gorin.
What is it your?
Tribal Council. I'm on the Goring High Kona.
Okay.
Kuna Tribal Council. Okay, my name is Murida Lekay. I'm from Athlone. I am here for my first time. And yeah, I'm very impressed with what is going out here. So yes, this is my problem. In our community, there's a lot of children from the morning till late night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock outside. I take care of them. I feed them. I clothe them. I sometimes bath them. Because their mom is just busy with their own, whatever they are doing. We also need to help the mommies as well. Because you get situations where there's domestic violence, where they don't want to talk. That is, I hear everybody's talking about what happened in the past, what is happening. When do we get a solution to all these things, people? When do we do something about it? We cannot talk about the same thing over and over again. It's not going to help us. It's going to help nobody. So let's take that stand, ladies, and do the thing. Let's just go out there. I'm busy with this little girlie. She cannot talk. She's being abused in the house. She cannot talk. What can I do? Because if I go in there, I've been locked up. Because I went to go fight with the parents. And they locked me up. So, I just need to tell you people, I appreciate what you're doing. But please, we're staying in the community. We do working with that society. We are the persons that knows what goes on in everybody's houses in that society. The government they come put in
people that come, they can put in ministers, councillors that's from other places. Take from our people in our community and put them in there. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
It is a very important thing, ladies, that we must be involved in our communities. And if processes unfold where people will be elected, we should be there so that the right people can be elected into these positions.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Debbie Benjamin, originally from Johannesburg, doing the course language at UCT. I've got a few issues. It will be short but brief. With regards to women in prison, you know, not each and everyone asked to be there, but due to poverty, you find that our prisons are overcrowded with women. The system is really failing our women, where we find now that cervical cancer is on the increase at the prisons. What is government going to do with regards to that? When they get sick, they don't get proper health care. That includes our people within our community. Awareness needs to be done, like they're doing the awareness on breast cancer. There's no boha or education on cervical and brain cancer. My question is to Selga. Selga is actually training, the next question, training counselors, but what about our community activists on the ground? If they can extend that training also to them. Okay, they covered the question with regards to the shelters, be it women abuse or drug abuse. Shelters needs to be set up in all 9 provinces. Yes, we cannot speak, like they said, we cannot speak equality if our woman has no access to proper health care. Funding, they've started now businesses. We have registered businesses, but on the financial aspect, we don't get any assistance. For example, you try to be compliant, but you register legally, but there's fees that needs to be paid, whether you got contracts or not. And our women are excluded in many of these contracts, especially in the construction side. Thank you.
Once again, Debbie said a mouthful in 2.5 minutes. Debbie Benjamin, that is her name.
I'm Anna Boer.
Anna Boer.
From the Goragouka tribe.
Goragouka
tribe, Khoisan tribe. In Vrygrond. In Vrygrond.
And Vrygrond.
Yes. I'm standing here today because I am upset. I am sick and I am tired of the city. We are fighting since 1974 up till now, 2019. From 1974 to 99, we were fighting for land for housing. And when we get the land for the housing, it was 276 hectares that we get for Vrygrond people to get houses. In that time, there was only 1,200 people. 1,200 people that was located for houses and the borders inside. We talk for that people, for our children that was in the houses, so that they have a land open for them to get houses, in which the council communicate with us on one reason, to get information and how to block us in the offices when they are on the board. I just want to bring that Vrygrond is a historical plucker scheme in South Africa. And Vrygrond, in Vrygrond is a mixed race. We stay with the Ingwini people. There's Ingwini chief. There's a Khoisan chief. that is in charge there. What I don't understand is that what the Minister Cyril Ramaphosa said, the Khoisan chief in the Ingwini chief, those are the people. They're supposed to put the people in place, cooperate in this housing and land issues. And what happens in Vryheid now, 99? They take our houses, they build the houses, this hope our houses. I was staying in the house of 5 bedrooms, 1 dining room, and my kitchen. Now that woman with the 5 children, my children is now 40, the eldest one. It's not about me, it's about all our people. In that people, there's a woman that I know that got 11 children. And she also has to go and stay in a hophuisie with that 11 children. And that woman today is a woman that adopt children that mothers didn't want their children. Fine. Now, yesterday we had a meeting with the ward councillor, the minister of housing, the mayor was there, and all the ward councillors in ward 7.
Yenzile singabafazi. Ule Dambuli wati, it's not yet Uhuru. And it's not. Because we are sitting under the apartheid regime. Sihleli phansi kwamalahle ashushu. And we pretend that it never happened. All that is happening today, it's because of the apartheid, which was started by Britain, the British. They are the real people who started apartheid. So ke mona ubathina asizuzikhulula ngoYesu Kristu. Because he says, whatever you ask in his holy name, you shall receive. Women of Africa, let's unite in God. There is one God. Some people, they call him Mudimu. Some, they call him Kamata. Some, they call him Allah, one God, who created us all in his image. As long as Africa, as long as we want to be coloreds, brown people, black people, white people. God never made white people. God never made brown people. God made people in his image, period.
Ubani, mama, ubani. Ubani gama lako.
Says Tukweni, darling. Is it Tuko? Mahate bungelengel upungani mashwabati.
Ngumam koko, ubani gama lako.
Ugogo no matongo.
Thank you. No? Ladies, can I ask that we will take 5-5 now and then we will have lunch and we will continue. No, what is it? No, you stand this side. Stand this side. Ladies, the lunch packs will be brought in so we can continue. What I'm saying, there will be disruption, I'm sure. So that's why I'm asking the 5 just come now. And as soon as the packs arrive, there's 4 year 5 with this Mandisa. Yes. Sisi, yes, you are there. How many are you? 3. Can we have a second one here with Sis Mandisa? That will be you. Ladies, you know who you are. We will call the next 5. You will come. You can even come and sit in front. Because when the lunch packs is being distributed, there will be a lot of disruption. We won't be able to hear what people are saying. So that's why I'm saying, we will take 5 from this side, we will take 5 from that side. As they distribute the lunch, the other 10 can come and stand 5-5. We will start with you. Yay! Yes. Griselda Grootboom.
Yay! Thank you very much, Speaker. Amandla. Bathinta Mfazi. Ma'am, my name is Griselda Grootboom, the author of the book called Exit, Global Survivor of Human Trafficking.
Sorry, Griselda. Ladies, when we started this process, I was telling myself, we are trying to build South Africa. And someone asked yesterday, who is the South African that we are building South Africa for? It's time that we must become in order and respect one another. It's very important. It is time, because if we want to build the South Africa that we want to see in future, we need to build the individual that will be worthy of that South Africa. So let us really listen to one another and respect one another. You may continue, dear.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Griselda Grootboom from Khayelitsha Site C. I'm the author of the book called Exit, best-selling in the African region.
Yes, ma'am.
I am global survivor leader of sex trafficking and prostitution and drug trafficking. And I am a survivor of such and still going through a lot of the obstacles when we come to support for women's justice, safety, and protection and being provided for. Standing here today, I'm so tired. I'm doing my grade 12. I'm still writing history, Xasa, and Afrikaans. I'm a very proud child of the charter, going through the system and its ranks. I must not lie. As Indombi ekhulele eGugulethu NY3 eKhayelitsha Site C, staying in shelters like Onsplek shelter, coming through the assistance of grants and Pacifics of Umama Litalabantu. So yes, I am the child of this soil of women from yourself, and I'm proud, even writing a book being published. But I'm still crying on what we think it's a taboo that South Africa don't think women are being trafficked for the demand of prostitution. Representing the country at the Global General Assembly in United Nations 2017 as a survivor, my important question was to the whole leadership was the implementation to the point where umdana ophume esikolweni eSite ehamba ngenyawo, and there should be a law enforcement security. We have discussed all the obstacles that makes a young woman in this country get raped, get killed, get trafficked, get sold, get unemployment. And we all know what it is. It's the patriarchy of abuse and violence, men on them. It has come to sexual exploitation, which is one of the most powerful things in your charter, that the sexual exploitation has arisen now where kids are being trafficked. So their bodies can be sold in brothels, in homes, in taverns for sex to men. The men that are buying these sex from these young girls are our fathers, taxi drivers, bus drivers, pastors, bishops, ministers. There has been a report of language in the past 2 years I've come out on literacy on this issue. That terminology has been changed to call the same men that are trafficking our girls to be in a brothel to have sex with the minister. We call them with the terminology so we can normalize our society and those who don't get information about the language and say it's a blesser. We are literally changing the word pimp into blesser. Let's normalize, and our kids continue to be sexualized and sexual exploitation. When it comes to sex trafficking and kids going missing, when it comes to fast response in our units for SAPs and law enforcement, for Mnamama, just this 2 years in my research with my foundation, what we did, in this year, like Cape Town, provincial, Western Cape, that's led by a party that says every year it's a great city. This year alone, Khayelitsha, Delft, Blue Downs, kids gone missing, not found. So when we speak about statistics, ma'am, we need to really be involved as survivor leaders, and we also need to see implementation all the way. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Malweni, salam alaikum, Kuyamora, whatever. I'm not an educated woman, but I am a woman. Now, into endizoyimela apha mhlali ngaphambili yile umhlambu uzondikhathisha because igama lami nguNompumelelo Mpaphela osuka eNgqamakhwe. ohlala kwalanga ezone 16 emaholweni. Ndingumama osahlala eHawkini from 1975 nge-13 zikaFebruary ufika kwam apha eKapa. Ndise-very young, sahlala eHawkini ke nangoku. I-application yam eyona yamkelwayo ithi 2002, but always xa ndisiya khona kuthiwa still une-waiting list. Up until when? Up until die? Okay, ke ndiyeke leyo indawo. Now, enye i-concern mama, ikhona ingoma ethi no woman no cry, but there is a woman crying. That's me. I've been robbed by SASSA people, my SASSA money. Imali ka-October, eyam neyomzukulwane wam, ne-balance eyi-900, ya-withdrawa ngekhadi elitsha abazenzele lona bona abantu bakwa-SASSA. Xa ndisiya kwa-SASSA kwalanga, yafumaneka apha kwi-laptop, kwikhompyutha ukuthi idrowe e-KZN bomama. Ndahlala ndisezoshoyimbana ndingazi uba ndizawutya ntoni. Lo mzukulwane wam unina waphalala ndimazi uba waphalala wotshona phi na. Ndizawufuna ndibhatale i-crash, ndibhatale i-transport yokuya kwakhe, ndibhatale umbane, ndibhatale zonke iimfuno zomntu omdala ongakangam kangako owas born 1956 nge-1 kaMeyi. Ndiligogo kodwa abantu bakwa-SASSA bayityile imali yam, bayidrowa e-KZN. Bandiyeka mna ndiphethe ikhadi elidala bazenzela elitsha nge-information abayifumana phi kwisystem. Ndicela omama umhlali ngaphambili akasithethele kurhulumente axelele abantwana bethu esibafundisile uba mabayeke ukutya imali yabantu abadala. Enkosi.
Enkosi, mama. You are the fourth one. Yes.
Molweni Chairperson and everybody else.
Yes, can we listen? We are still going to have that order that we have established. That we will do it like this and that and this. Yes.
Protocol, all protocol observed. Igama lam ndinguzoleka. Igama lam ndinguzoleka Moon. Ndisuka eKhayelitsha nalapha eGugulethu. I'm an activist. I-input yam ndiza kuzama uyifocusa on two main items. One, article, the third article on economy, and the ninth one on social, religion, and cultural stuff. On the economy, bekuthethiwe apha, there was one lady, I think was Stellenbosch, Edwina, who attributed to what I want to talk about, but it just covers part of it. I would like the Women's Charter and Women Parliament to take it further. Kwakuthiwe, I think it Department of Land Affairs, abantu kudala behlala kwi-farms, abekudala besebenza kwi-farms, after a certain number of years, through generations and generations, they will be given a portion of land kuba bebehlala kwi-farms. I do not know what happened to that and how far it has gone, but ngoku kukho i-problem, particularly eKraaifontein, up in Western Cape, where farmers are changing the farmland, the dormant farm. Instead of athathe umhlaba ungasebenziyo awunikezele, but they are deciding to change the farms into commercial land. Bayenza indawo ze-whole days. And in the process, but decide ukugxotha farm workers ekudala ziphana nabantwana bazo. Particularly women are affected. That's one aspect of what I want to talk about. Secondly, I want to talk about the social aspect, the tradition and religion. Bekusand, I'm not sure, Chairperson, if you are aware, there was a recent case up in the Western Cape of a woman by the name of Upumla Mvunjelwa. Ebebulewe ngumyeni wakhe somewhere eBadale village kunye nabantwana. Just because she was married to the husband, uye wambulala wazibulala naye. But they didn't want to give the bodies to the family of the woman because bebezifuna. Solely because she was married off to this family, the family that really killed, even though the husband was not sent by the family, but the fact of the matter, the woman was killed by the husband, and the family yakhe ibimfuna. So the issues about the culture and the tradition, the marriages, compromise. The last part of my input, Chairperson, siyayibulela kakhulu lento niyenzileyo yoba nize apha. We're hoping into bana the next session iza kuba soon, where you will come and feedback to us on all izinto sizicelayo uba how far you would have gone to take them forward. Thank you very much.
Sisi, I said 4 people, and you know you are not the 5th one. I said Sis Mandisa is number 5. And then I said there will only be one other person after her. And then we go to the other side. You know you were from that side. So you must come and stand with this woman. Go and stand with that woman. You didn't sit this side, you sit this side. Go there. You were sitting this side, ne? Yeah. No, one thing that I am trying to teach us to respect the order that we have set here. Yes, Sisi. There will only be one other person after you, and then we come to this one.
Thank you very much, Chair. One of the things that I'm observing, women are wounded. We're all wounded, we have our own wounds. And, Chair, I would like to appeal to members of parliament. When you visit homes, people must stop raising hopes. Because you visit these homes, you raise hopes, these homes, and our people, like the case now that has been raised here, Ilitalabantu was part of that. And the family was claiming that they want to see ministers. They don't want organizations as Fananelita because of the things that ministers or members of parliament are raising those hopes to our people. Now you can imagine the member of parliament comes to your home, they raise those hopes, then what happened? And you don't fulfill the promises. And another thing, this hype when women are being killed every day, my worry, there are people who must pick up the pieces. After all, everybody was screaming. Organizations like Ilitalabantu goes back and pick up the pieces and brings families together. But the issue, I've been listening to some women here, it's not more about the charter, it's about their wounds, what is happening inside. And I think the issue of healing in this country should be the priority. And also, Chair, we need a clear understanding so that people understand. We talk about GBV, gender-based violence. We must stop putting flowers on these issues. Let's talk about violence that is directed to women and children. And the majority of the people are being killed are women. Before I decide to put in the Funuba Intoni, I'm a woman first. So we need to change the language that we're using in this country. This GBV, people are confused. And I wish somebody could explain to people what does GBV means and what is violence against women means, because now we are using different terms. And lastly, I think in order for us to come up with strategies, we need to change the language, because we have a tendency of putting flowers in most of the things. The issue here of the freedom of the charter, how many women were sitting in this room who understood what was happening today? When I was born, I'm from Cooks, and luckily I said, let's bring resources to Kukuletu. And I'm watching number of women here, the noise, because women don't understand what is happening. And also for me, I understand, Chair, this is a good initiative. And somebody mentioned the issue of report back. I think we should. And Parliament should work with the masses. Because if Parliament worked with organizations, not only LITA, this house would be full. But because they didn't work with us. And another thing, we understand the needs of the people. It's a pity doctor from CGE is not here. I was going to ask her, the last time we heard about CGE was when Kana was still the CEO, when they were running around. Now we don't know about CGE. And the issue she was raising here, I was sitting there, I was shocked. How do you beat your own government? Because she's with the government, she's not an NGO. But the way she was speaking as if she's not with government. So those are things that are confusing our people. CGE is part of government, it's not an NGO. So for me, Chair, I'm appealing for a follow-up, and we will be prepared to assist for this follow-up. Lastly, we'll be having a march, Take Back the Night in Guguletu on the 29th, where as women you are reclaiming 10 people, 10 kids were raped in Guguletu this weekend from the ages of 6 to 13 years old. But because it's happening in the townships, you don't see it in the media. Then you see the president going to UCT, going all over. On the very same day when Unene, I support that, was murdered, a young girl was killed in Haynes Park. But we didn't get anything because she was from Haynes Park. So those are things, Chair, you need to take it up. When the president goes to meet, he must also come to Guguletu and to Haynes Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you will be the last one from this side for now. And when we start here, we will request that, Sibulelo, we will request that they start with the lunch packs on that side from the back. We are giving the lunch packs and we are continuing. When we are finished, they will give you another meal that you will go home with it. So, yes.
Good afternoon.
You must not sit too far, ladies, because we are still continuing. It's just that we want the food to be dished out. Yes, you may continue.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Igama lam nguZizipho Zondeki.
Hello, Maria Basson. Welcome, dear. So you can continue. Sebu?
Molweni, igama lam nguZizipho Zondeki. I am the Deputy Provincial Secretary for an organization called PBICT in the Western Cape, which is Progressive Blacks in ICT. We advocate for access and ownership for SMMEs, entrepreneurs, small businesses in the ICT sector. I'm moved that Alderman Kutsia has a better place to be, because I feel we are in a province of a special type where access and ownership is not for Black people in our province. We have informal traders in our townships. We hear the buzzword of 4IR. And my fear and the fear of PBICT is that women in particular are the ones sitting selling veg ne fruit, bahleli ezikoneni zestrato, babraya inyama, trying to bring an income into our families. But this word 4IR, there's going to be a huge gap in terms of people in the townships who are running small businesses and catering companies and other companies that are not necessarily in the ICT sector. But how are they going to be introduced into these tech tools that they're speaking about when it comes to the future and where we're going as a country? And how that also disseminates to young children in our schools. Do we introduce these tech tools in our schools in the townships? Because if you find in our schools in the suburbs, there's children who are learning get iPad, na get tablet. Apha kwezethu izikolo elokishini kusokola nomntana abenayo nepen yobhala encwadini. So what are we doing as government in terms of not only going to Silicon Valley and saying South Africa is taking part in 4IR? How can South Africa be taking part in 4IR when 4IR is not being introduced into the ground root levels of townships zethu? So my worry is that the city of Cape Town is not taking us seriously in terms of the future of young people and young girls in particular, and omama bethu in businesses. Thank you.
I think it's this Mandisa that said, do all of us understand what is happening here? And it's so important. I just wanted to make a remark after she spoke. 2 years ago, I went to my rural constituency and I gave a full lab, maths lab to that school. About 40 tablets and a whiteboard and whatever. I give a full lab to that school. The very same community came and they stole all the tablets from our children. And that is the responsibility that I'm speaking about. Yes, my dear, you may.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. My name is Lumka. I'm from Kosatu. I'm a gender coordinator in the province, and I'm also from PMWSA as a co-convener. You know, you can't hear me. I'm tall and I don't know how to operate this. Can Com help me? I know I'm a feminist, but this one is not. I will need the help of a feminist. Thank you, Com. I'm saying my name is Lumka and I'm from Kosatu as a provincial gender coordinator. I'm also representing PMWSA in the province. I'm a co-convener. Firstly, it's a pity that the doctor from CGE has left because I think there were some other things that, and I'm glad that the comrade from the Women's Parliament, from the Women's Department is still here. You know, as Mamandis has already said, it's unfortunate that the comrades are just going to speak and then they leave. And I wanted to check with the doctor. Yes, there's now a framework that has been implemented by the parliament. How are they going to use it? What is it that's going to happen moving forward from now? But unfortunately, she's gone. And talking to the lady from the women's department, you know, talking about the 25 years work that has been done, it's a lot of work. It's an event on its own. I remember when we sat down and we listened to it, it's long. I read it, it took me 2 days to read that. So I think we need to come back and have maybe some documents, some small snippets from the review so that people can understand, so that we can be in the same level. But I wanted to have only, I think, 3 items to input into the Women's Charter, talking to the development, infrastructure, and the environment. Currently, government or the society takes as if having to put a woman in common, women to participate in the economy, it's sort of a privilege, not as something that needs to be done. So I think government needs to look into that. That's what we need to look at, and also to have some instruments that are going to be accommodative to women, so that they can be able to fully participate in the space. And thirdly, talking into the 4IR, the fourth industrial revolution that is happening currently, I think we need to make sure that we as women are leading on that, so that we don't lag behind. And secondly, thirdly, there's also an issue of housing. You know, if now I could say, who am I, where I'm coming from, I can't say because I'm displaced. I'm earning enough to not to be able to get a low-cost housing, but yet I'm earning less to be able to get a house from subsidy. So we need to have a space whereby banks need to subsidize women in order to be able to get housing, in order to be able to have their own space and not depend into women, into men. And that is perpetrating the violence against women. Another point that I would like to speak to, comrade, is social services. You know, currently we're having a social services that is not aligned. We need to have an aligned social services between the social development and the health system, so that when you already have a child, you're giving birth and you are able to get the birth certificate and everything, and also to have the social worker scope to be expanded. And also the last one, the family and the partnership. Comrades, currently we're having a marriage act from 25 to 1961 that has amended. We need to also check into that, to portray quality.
A written submission. Do a written submission, because I can see you are not going to end now.
Good afternoon, Deputy. Good afternoon, ladies and everybody else. Ladies in this room, I actually want to speak to you before we even go further. We are disrespectful towards ourselves. There's so much noise coming from the back, and this is no good. Government sits in front of us and we disrespect ourselves. Really, it is not a healthy thing. And I love to express myself. because I have self-respect. Thank you. I want to speak on rape and femicide.
Doesn't know you.
Oh, okay. For those who doesn't know me, I'm Venetia Orjel. I head an NPO called Discover Your Power. And I've discovered my power in God. I'm a survivor of 56 stab wounds, been raped and molested from 6 years old. And if I can do it, I believe every woman has got two backbones and we all can do it. I stand here proudly saying that I spent a night chained to Parliament's gates on the 5th of September, 12 long hours, because I wanted to make my mark for all the women and children that is raped, including my two grandchildren that was raped at the age of 3 and at the age of 8 for 5 long years. Right now, I am in regional court in Mitchell's Plain with that case. Even though prosecutor don't feel that the 3-year-olds, because she cannot explain what happened to her, they will not take the case to court because the lawyer will pull her apart. Yet I watch my grandchild having terrible nightmares. Never could I understand when you check her or you say something to her at 4 years old, she would say to you, when you say, I'm sorry, then she would say, you don't mean it because you're going to do it again. Even if you took off her apple or you made her do something and she starts crying and you would say to her, oh, my sorry, then she would say, never knowing at the time, this is what's been happening to her by her own opa. From her father's side. People, this is real. This is real. Her nephew and her grandfather was raping my two grandchildren, unbeknown to each other. The grandfather on the one side and the cousin on the other side. I want to say to every mother, sorry, I'm going to turn myself. I want to say to every mother in this room, it is by time
You have 1 minute
that
left.
we respect ourselves to take note what happens to our children in our own homes. And I want to say to you people, if we cannot respect a house like this, we are not going to respect our own homes. Because our children is hurting and we eat too much of a yaka with our neighbors and our friends and our sisters that when their child speaks, we don't take notice. I had to take my 4 grandchildren from my daughter because she and her husband finds that drugs is more important than their 4 children. And believe you me, I'm a pensioner. But because I discovered my power within myself and in God, I feed 250 homeless people every week. I take 40 men from the street and I go camping with them for 4 months in winter. And I want to say to you, never, because I respect myself, never have one of those men try to take advantage of me. Because respect comes from yourself. Thank you, Deputy. I've got a written thing. I'll give it in. God bless everybody.
Thank you, Venetia. Bye. Thank you very much. There are many of you that are doing very good things, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Molweni, igama lam ndinguNtombi Zonke Libala. Ntombi zonke libala ndisuka kwa TAC o Treatment Action Campaign. Ndiphakama njengomnye wabantu abatsha who are missing out at school because of not having sanitary pads. Ndithi mandime ndidimande services ze SRHR. Singabantu abatsha siyazidinga nanini na, sizi young women, which includes ezi sanitary pads ndithetha ngazo. Ndithi mandime ndimele abafazi, abantwana, abantu abaphila ne-disability, nabantu abakwi LGBTI community, because we tend to forget them. Nabo bayai experience violence, and we need imithetho protecta bona from our churches, from our religious leaders, from everywhere, including communities zethu esihlala kuzo. We need laws, okanye we need izinto zokunceda omama bethu, talking about impilo yabafazi, including into ezifana ne-breast cancer, into ezifana ne-maternal health. Abafazi bayasufferisha out there. We've got cases ezininzi zabafazi abakhutshwa izibeleko without them knowing ngabasemagunyeni. Ndizawucela kuthi sonke into bana sivumelane ukubana ichata le yabafazi inemithetho emihle gqithi, only if le mithetho inga implementwa. Ewe, we are talking, but we need to bana imithetho lena i-implementwe. Enkosi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies, can I have your attention? Thank you. Thank you. Actually very emotional this afternoon. Ladies, thank you. Thank you. This is a very
Don't
important...
look at them, Puleng, look at us and
Okay.
introduce yourself and let us continue.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Puleng Pogoto. I'm from the Good Movement. I'm speaking on a very, very emotional issue. I'm talking about GBV this afternoon. I'm talking about femicide this afternoon. I find it so interesting how every single time I went to Women's Parliament in August, and every single time when I hear that, it's almost like we shouldn't be talking legislation. We shouldn't be talking amendments to legislation. But if we are to be honest with ourselves, femicide or the killing of women is 5 times higher in South Africa than anywhere else in the world. A woman is killed once in every 8 hours in this country. That is a big problem. How can we not prioritize the idea of making amendments to criminal law? One of the things that I think is very, very important is for us to create a specific law for femicide in particular. Because at the end of the day, it's almost like we're tiptoeing around the issue of femicide. The reality is women are dying every single day in this country. And if we cannot take responsibility for it by using legislation, obviously it's a multifaceted issue. We need a multifaceted approach, but one of the key issues is legislation. So I know that harsher punishment is not necessarily going to serve as a deterrent, but at the same time, we're asking for justice. We're asking for justice for victims of femicide and justice for the families of the victims of femicide. Because at the end of the day, yes, it's not that a harsher punishment is going to bring back that victim, but in some small way it's going to console the family of the victim. Lastly, I also just want to touch on the issue of, I think rights without knowledge is a problem, because a lot of our women, as many of the women rightfully pointed to, a lot of the women don't really understand the importance of what we are doing here today. They don't understand how legislation in itself can better their lives. So workshops and going forward are going to become very important. I feel that even the questionnaire that we were provided with today, just one last question, the questionnaire that we were given today, it asks us about our interaction with Parliament. And a lot of people they don't know that they have the right to interact with Parliament. They don't know their rights. So I feel that if there can be more interaction with Parliament, maybe on an online platform, which is going to be cost effective, maybe yes, thank you.
You know for a fact that we made provision for that one of the online. We are making provision for that. We are going to have round tables, and we are still continuing because we take 12 months to finalize this one. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nkosazana Masiza. I'm working for NUM. I represent COSATU. I must say, Chairperson, we appreciate this gathering. The fact that we are given an opportunity to discuss some of the articles and the issues. Yes, then the speaker has mentioned that the first charter was not publicized, or maybe familiarized to the people.
Can we really give the speaker the necessary respect? I'm surprised when it was in this side, we didn't even know something was happening. But when we are going up there, something have changed, I don't know what.
Yes, thank you.
We really didn't know. Thank you, ladies, you were so good.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't think the communities are aware of the charter, both charters. There's a need to print a document that it's in each language, so that older women, discuss these issues, understand these issues. I'm going to speak on few of the articles of the charter. I'm going to start with the equality.
You know about the time constraints
The
that
3
we are having?
minutes time. Yes,
And
I'll be quick.
If you want to speak about a few of it, it will be better to give us a written submission. Just summarize what you wanted to say.
Okay. On the law and administrative of justice, Chairperson, we need to review some of, not some, maybe all the laws to ensure that they favor women. Because having institutions like legal aid to support women who are not affording the system, it doesn't make much of a difference when women are not economically proactive. In terms of equality, to ensure that our acts and legislation are favorable in terms of equality, we must have an equality commission where all the acts will run through before they are enacted in Parliament. Otherwise, how will we, and currently we do not have an establishment that oversees these acts and legislations to make sure that there are, yes, I know there's an equality court, but most of the time we don't hear that there were acts that were passed in Parliament that passed through the commission. If we could have such an establishment, it will make more sense in terms of making sure that equality is across on these acts. On education, I still feel that childhood development is still underwritten in terms of giving it the proper basic education that our children need. And it's not even much more funded in terms of the training that is given to the teachers. And also the education system. Our education is different. From the urban area to the rural area, it's totally different. And people from the urban areas get more opportunities. For instance, they get funded, they get more expensive sort of education, which is not equal with ours. So
Thank you, Nkosazana. Your time is up.
Thank you so much,
Time is
Chairperson.
up.
We'll make a written
Okay. You will
submission.
make a written submission. There was other ladies. Where is the few ladies that was here? Can we see them? 1, 2, 3, 4. Also want to speak. Come out, Mama. Come here. Can you come and stand this side? Let me see the 5 of you. Where is the other lady? Okay, there you are. So it will be the 5 of you. I really hope the snack will be enough, because then we will give lunch later. There will still be food, but there was a snack at least. I hope it will be enough. So, the 5 of you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies in front, Women's Parliament. I greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Amen. Amen. Chair, Article 4, it's about the education. In Vrygrond, my name is Marilyn Reiters. I stay in Vrygrond. We got a school in Vrygrond. And our people are very disappointed in that school. The teachers some of the teachers in that school are not qualified. Most of our children are sent to the School of Skills. Most of the children from other areas, like St. James, Simonstown, come to that school. And our children in that area, there's not actually place for them. Because most of the parents only receive the SASSA money. I ran a feeding scheme from 2006 to 2019 until whatever time God allowed me to do it. Vrygrond are not be recognized by the government. Vrygrond are not recognized by the government. I love eye contact.
That I'm multi-skilled, my dear. I listen with my ears, and I always listen.
All right.
Can tell you what you have said.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, Vrygrond are not recognized by government. Even our councillors of Ward 67, Vrygrond is in a mess. Children, as I learned, children from 7 years up to 15, 16 must be in a school. But our children are run around in the area. They sit in the dumping site. They collect food in the dumping site. Social development, they are not active in our area. I can only speak about our area, but our other areas are also. But Vrygrond, really, we love our President Cyril Ramaphosa to come out because the ministers were there, the mayor were there, the councillors are there, but they're not interested in us. Thank you very much.
I greet you, Deputy Chair, and I greet everyone In the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. My issue is about the Ndabeni project. I think it's more than 20 years now.
What's mommy's name? Your name?
Tutuse.
Your name?
Tutuse Nguza. Oh, Eugenia, because I wrote Eugenia. Nguza from Langa. I think it's more than 20 years now. Signing for the Ndabeni land. We've been changing tables all these years.
Is it a land claim?
The land claim, yes, that is the land claim. We've been marching to Long Street all these years, going to claim, but nothing is happening. We've been visited by the Minister of Land Claims, and nothing is happening. We've been writing lists of beneficiaries all these years. We've been holding meetings, and nothing is happening. And the last time, our last meeting, we held in Langa. We were informed that our land has been divided into 3 portions. It's been stolen actually because it's without our consent. It's been divided into a municipal area, public works, and we are left with a 3rd portion. We will refer this to the Land Claims Office because the Land Claims Minister has been attending to us, but there's no implementation. And this is going to Salda. I just want to ask, where is what we used to call Istali Kwalanga? Because Istali, yayi municipal building.
Give the information to Sibule, to Mzwandile. Give the information to Mzwandile. Please, Ma, because this is something that we need to follow up. Yes, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone in the house. Thank you for this opportunity that I'm getting here to talk. I didn't know that I would be standing here today, but I was just walking past, and then there was an opportunity for me.
And you are?
I am Gloria Fisher. We have an organization, Success Unleashed. We train entrepreneurs. All right. When I came to stand here, that's what I wanted to talk about, but I will put that last. In fact, I won't talk about it. I would just like, ma'am, just to talk about Uvukuzenzele. You know, here in the community, there are so many organizations, people that have passion, people that love Guguletu, me too as well. I love Guguletu. That's why we came up with Success Unleashed, to unleash potentials in young, in our youth, and to have mentors and so on. But now we do Vukuzenzele, but we struggle with funding. You know, like when we ask for funding, then people they want to see what you have done or maybe where have you begun. Then when they come to see us, because we also started with nothing, all right? So ma'am, I would just like to ask you, because we work from the heart. Because I remember a year ago or 2 years ago, when was it? Shesvi was here, another Italian company. They came and they were looking for people that have passion for community. Those people never wanted NPOs from us or anything, and I think that they had about $500,000 to donate to us.
They just said, others didn't have NPOs, they just said, it's fine, even if you cannot type, just write from the heart. We just want to see what you want to do for the community. So I would just like to ask, just to simplify the processes for us, people that want to work for the communities. Because we just sit back and we just give up. And there are so many of us that want to build the communities. That's all I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, my leadership. Baie dankie. Thank you very much for this platform of today. I have a lot to say, but I will submit it rather. I'm standing here today and I hear the plight, the frustrations.
The only
and
person that knows what your name is. I'm sure I'm the only one that knows you here.
They know a lot. Else is Rafiri. Maria Basson. My name is Maria Basson. I'm standing here and I'm listening to my sisters who have shelters. And I hear their pain and I hear their frustrations because we are on the same page. Government provided 7 years ago for me to start my platform. Yes, we are working very hard, especially as emerging shelters. And if you go and ask for funding from government, DSD, they would say, did you comply, like the previous speaker said? Did you comply? And all the doors are closing in your sight, in your eyes, in front of your face, and you are getting frustrated, and you are coming here and you take it out on our leadership here. I'm very glad that Mama Mandisa mentioned about this, to follow up, the follow-up. And I would really like the expectation that you created here for us today as women, that it must be follow-up. I will submit other stuff. Thank you.
At least, can I just, for those here, that side, that didn't get the snack, there is still snacks coming. I'm sure everyone will get something. There is still snacks coming. Because I can hear the noise and I know food does that. Thank you, my dear. You can continue.
I think it's afternoon already, isn't it? It is indeed afternoon. I greet you all in the name of Jesus. I am Reverend Tutu Kotela. I am with Reverend Makwela.
Ladies, we are providers. It cannot be that food make us to become restless. I like yourself, I've only eaten that 2 slices of bread at home this morning. But I'm sacrificing because I know we are the ones that will, ons maak mos ons naasbande vas, laat die kinders eet, is dit nie waar nie? Ja, sê, so, net so.
I hope they didn't take my minutes.
Not rob you, but it doesn't help if people don't listen to you.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, I've already introduced myself. I'm Reverend Tutu Kotela. I'm with Reverend Makwela from an organization called Sawene, South African Women and Ministry Networking. Firstly, I would like to, again.
Really, it doesn't help if the people are not listening. My people, you've seen, we have provided. Everyone will get a bite. And they promised me before you leave here, you will eat a proper meal. Even as a pap and dompie, but it will be there.
Oh, I have to speak with my preaching voice. Okay. Okay, I'm Reverend Tutu Kotelo. I'm here with Reverend Makwela, coming from an organization called Sawena, SA Women in Ministry Networking. Firstly, I would like to emphasize on economy building. It is always been my very much interest that we are in this country concentrating on the building of the economy of our country so we are able to create jobs. First of all, if we could cut down on the percentage of products coming out of South Africa, that will help a lot. Even if we go to 40%. cutting down on specific products, mainly traditional clothing of abakwetha, ezimpahla zinxitywayo, imibhaco that are made in China. That is, I feel it is not appropriate. That takes a complete part of our economic benefit as South Africans, that our people who make samadaki, abawathengisayo abama ezitendini, they are not able to make money now because you can get these products in Chinese shop very cheap. Okay, secondly, on the education side, please concentrate on making sure you create a system that will make our children to go to school. Firstly, abantwana abancinci who are always wandering around. Okay, abantwana abancinci are always wandering around during the day, elokishini, abangayiyo esikolweni. So it'd be very much important that you concentrate on creating a system. I don't know how you're going to do that. And also on that economic system, making sure that there are affordable spaces for our people, especially South Africans again,
I will ask them.
who wants to open businesses. Most of the spaces that are created in the townships, mainly, they are too expensive for people. It's really disturbing me.
I warned you about it.
Yes.
I
Okay.
want you.
Okay. At least you are different. Spaces as a for people to start small businesses in the township, they are very expensive, and our small businesses are not able to afford it. So it ends up being taken by foreigners and people outside South Africa. So we're not benefiting in any part of the economy building in this country. In production, we're not benefiting. Even if they develop centers, new malls, we are not benefiting. So our system really is so bad that we are going down. You get foreigners coming, tourists coming to our shopping malls to buy their own products, even if they've come from Italy, Germany, wherever in Europe, any country they come from. They come at the waterfront and they buy their own products.
Your
and
time is up, Reverend.
Okay, my time was wasted. Oh, let me just.
No, we gave you 5 minutes because of that.
Okay, sorry, just a small part as a servant of God. It is important that you're making sure in all these malls that you are putting our own South African people to have businesses there. Find a system that will make our people to get spaces so that we don't have tourists coming here to buy their own product and create their own and build their own economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend. We gave you more than 5 minutes. Ladies, I must now consult you whether we can still continue or what must we do. Because the level of noise now, for me it was as if you are not concentrating anymore. And I understand that because the day was long. Yes, ma'am. We really understand it. So I want to consult you because I thought we can still take 10 more people. And that will be the final ones. If you don't agree, let us just find out what is happening in terms of the fact that we want other people to get something at least as a bite. But we don't want us to stand around here because others will leave. I know us. Others will leave. And we just want to make sure when you leave here, you are satisfied that this one was actually responding to your expectations. Because with a big group, you cannot really determine the expectations of everyone. But at the current moment, I think it was very long. And you've been a very, very, very good crowd. I must say that. I really don't doubt you. And I must say, some of us thought that people didn't understand. You understand exactly what we came here for. And we appreciate that. I think just for me to find out what is happening next, we will in the meantime request Dr. Griesel and Siskate Bilankulu to here and there respond to some of the issues that you raised, whilst I'm going to check on issues outside. We will allow Dr. Griesel, and also just for you to be able to hear the voice of the chairperson of the multi-party women's caucus, a person that is leading all parties, women in the caucus. The last women's caucus was very successful. We had almost 100 women there. That was there. Ministers, everyone, she's leading all of them. So we will allow Dr. Griesel to speak a little bit. We will allow Siske to speak a little bit. And when I come back, we will respond and we will then tell you what is the way forward. Thank you. Dr. Griesel.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you also to members of the public who have been making their inputs into this process. We have been taking very detailed notes, and I'm obviously not going to respond to every issue. And I think, you know, I must be honest, there's no issue raised here that we don't disagree with, to be quite honest. So all the issues raised are issues that we need to take into consideration and to integrate them into our policies and our plans and ensure that they are implemented. The issue of, but just one or two issues I want to raise. The issue of gender-based violence, or, you know, someone has raised the issue of the language. And I think I take these points. Issues of language are very important. So when we say gender-based violence, and look, there's always a debate about gender-based violence or violence against women and children. When we talk about gender-based violence, we tend to talk about violence that is against women because of their gender. Because they are women, they are being raped. Because they are women, they are being murdered. But I take the point about, you know, using the term of violence against women and children. I also, Griselda had raised the issue of, you know, the word blessers. You know, sometimes we use language and we kind of soften the language, you know. So we say a woman was raped. We don't say a man raped a woman, you know. So I think all of us, we need to think about the way we talk about issues and the language that we are used. The issue of women's economic empowerment, I mean, you know, sick and tired of not benefiting economically. We have to make sure that every program, every workplace, and I'm glad to see that there are trade unionists here from NUM and from COSATU, because trade unions also have a role to play in ensuring that there's proper gender transformation within the private sector, within our workplaces, within companies, within the public sector. We have been speaking to, you know, our minister has spoken about this. We managed to win the issue of more women being employed underground in mines. I can't see the lady from NUM, but anyway, she was here earlier. But now we send women underground, right? And we think we have a victory because now there's more equity for women. But those women are getting raped. Those women are getting raped underground. So at some point we need to stop just looking at numbers, and we need to look at the experiences that women are facing, including in areas such as mining. the issue of representation of different sectors is very important. Women with disabilities, we've heard a couple of examples of, and we are aware of this. We are aware of this, we've heard of this before. Where a woman who is, has a disability, maybe is mute or can't see, is blind. They are raped, and then the criminal justice system does not want to give them an opportunity to be able to give evidence. So we need to work with the criminal justice system to ensure that different forms of evidence of women with disabilities are acknowledged, right? So that's a commitment that we need to follow up and see how we can take that. The LGBTQIA plus community, yes. Women in rural areas. So all of these sectors must be represented. The issue of access to shelters. The President made a commitment to 1.1 billion resources, money, that must go into the GBV plan. Now, some of that money is not new money. It's money that is already sitting in social development or Department of Justice or in whatever. But we need to ensure that that money goes down to where it's needed. We can't have an area as big as Mitchell's Plain that doesn't have a shelter, So there needs to be shelters, green doors, and so on. And I think that the provincial government, of the Western Cape needs to be put pressure on them to be able to roll out more services. I'm humbled by the number of women here who are working daily and to work with victims of violence against women, who are working with the elderly, who are working with children. And, we pay tribute to you. But I think as government, we need to do better in providing support to you. The issue of training, I understand that needs to be taken. The issue of child trafficking, that needs to be, there needs to be a much more comprehensive strategy on that. The issue Mandisa raised about the issue healing. At some point, we were talking about GBV hearings and allowing women, there are very layers of women who have been wounded from, many, it's intergenerational. So that issue of healing needs to be addressed. I think those are the, okay, the Kosatu raised the issue of the need to come back on the 25-year review. We are available to assist further in taking this forward and also in making it accessible to women. The issue of sanitary pads. Now, this is something which the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is also taking up further. A few things. Government has agreed to implement 0 rating of sanitary products, okay? That's one area of progress. National Treasury has also provided funds to provinces to roll out access to free sanitary products in schools. All right? It's 157 million. The Department of Women developed a plan to roll that out. So that is currently being rolled out, but it needs to be further expanded. But not only must the sanitary dignity be rolled out. But also, we are saying the people who benefit from manufacturing of those sanitary pads must be who? Women. Women must benefit from the manufacturing, so it mustn't be the same old big companies that when we now start distributing free sanitary products as government to quintile 1 to 3 schools, who benefits? The same people who already own the economy. So the minister is very clear that we must start making sure that women, through cooperatives, through companies and so on, are the ones who benefit from the distribution, the manufacturing of those sanitary pads. I think those are the main issues. There are many issues. I think the issue of buying local. Yes, let's buy local. When I go to look for clothes, let's say I go into a shopping center near my house. Where are the clothes from? They're from China. Yeah? So we need to make sure that the clothes that are manufactured by women, I know that Saktu, right? The South African Clothing Workers Textile Union, they manufacture clothes, isn't it? They have cooperatives. But do any of us know about it? No, we don't. The president, when he spoke in Parliament, I don't know if any of you saw, the president said, I'm wearing a suit that was manufactured by Saktu members, all right? So that's a very critical point. We must be producing and buying our own goods, clothes, and many, many other things. But I think I'm going to leave it there. But I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. And, we've taken detailed notes. And, apart from the process towards the charter, we will also be looking at how we can coordinate, because we are a coordinating department. So we need to now go. We need to say to Land Affairs, this is what women are saying. We need to say to small business, this is what women are saying. What are you doing? But thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Kuyameda. Ndimasiari we. Inhlikani. Molweni. I'm only worried about what's happening now in this hall. It's like we're no longer in the meeting. I think we have enough time. We did ask questions, but we no longer want to hear the responses. And I don't know what to say, because a lot of people in this hall are grown-ups. We don't have to say, hey, keep quiet that side. Hey, you are making noise, as if we are in class. Really, as women, we are the ones who are delaying our own programs. As women, we are just looking down upon ourselves. We are failing even to listen to each other. Being women, what type of a country do you want to see going forward? I think the deputy chairperson should round off
because we seem to be too tired. Maybe we need some rest. Thanks.
Ladies, gentlemen, can I just have this 5 minutes of your time? I've consulted, I've asked, should we continue or should we now round off the whole program? I think the day was very long. And I really appreciate your patience. So, Sis Mandisa, can you just give this old ladies so that they can get something more? I just really want to thank you for your patience. I really want to thank you for your contributions. This event was the beginning of the events that we will continue in other provinces, and we will at the end have a very good report back session. And I think we have also learned a lot of, in fact, what is informing the women of the Western Cape. Because when they spoke, you heard there were people from Stellenbosch, there were people from Khayelitsha, there were people from, is it Athlone? There was someone from Athlone, there was someone from Elsie's River, from all over the metro. Unfortunately, there is only as long as we can keep you. So let me really thank all of you for the fact that you came here, you were patient, you participated, you made sure that we can tell people at Parliament that we had a successful session, although we would want more women to be part of it. From the side of Parliament, as one of the presiding officers, thank you very much. We hope to see you again. Thank you very much. For those of you that still want a packet or something, as you go out, you can take it. I know there won't be for everyone, but there will be something. Just take it. Thank you.